Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. Make yourselves at home. I see you know the dance moves already. Show me your moves. Let's see them. Welcome in, Raiders. You caught us right during our opening number. Still not tired of this song. It's been our theme song for months. I'm still not tired of it. We are born to be alive. No, it's true. Evan Ask watching without audio says, I am. If you're watching without audio, how did you hear my question? What is true? We're born to be alive. Watch for the viewer questions. Yeah, because we don't really do much gaming here. But I'm glad you're able to find something that you enjoy. Let's find out about how air changes the psyche. You're from Germany, by the way. Ah, alles gut. Willkommen, mein Freund. Alles gut aufs Deutschland. Welcome in, everybody. That riff came out of nowhere. That was disgusting. Like, in a good way. like, oh, that beat was sick, but not like in a gross way. Would you say streaming changes your personality without you knowing it? Yes, in the same way that many things we do change our personality without us knowing it. The thing about our personality is that it changes in many ways through many different forces. There are lots of different things that shape our identity, our personality, our sense of self. And your occupation, your hobbies, your circle of friends, your loved ones, your environment, all of that contributes to shaping you into who you are. I like streaming because I like talking with, open-minded, progressive, encouraging people. I feel like it encourages me to, work harder, to, hone my skills, to, really refine my knowledge and my approach. I feel like I learn a lot through teaching people. In learning you teach, and in teaching you learn, as Phil Collins would say in the Star Trek, or no, in the Tarzan soundtrack. Anyway, welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome to the Brain Domain. The premier place for outer space-based psychology and mental health. Hope you're having a great day. Welcome in. How are you feeling? How you feeling today? This is our, if you're new here, welcome in. This is our emotional literacy practice. You see a big wheel full of feelings and you might think, oh, that sounds kiddish. That sounds childish. Well, the thing about your emotions is that by learning how to properly identify them, you can actually start to gain more influence and control over those emotions. It's a skill. We call it emotional literacy. Actually being able to identify how you are feeling in any given moment. It helps you navigate. You may know where you're trying to get to, but if you don't know where you're at, how are you going to get there? You don't know what direction to head in. Suffering, panic. Hand it over. Give it over. Hand it over here. I'll take it. If you got any stuff you want to get rid of, I'll take it. If you got anything you don't need, give it to me. I'll take it. Ooh. I'm gonna have to take a Tums after that one. You remember one of those days where you just wake up and you're just on it? You know what I mean? You wake up and you're just like, all right, I'm out of bed and I'm doing stuff. You ever want one of those days? It's kind of the day that I've been having. No, never. Not even once. Not even one time. There had to have at least been one time where you woke up and you're like, let's carpe this DM. Well, if not, that gives you something to work towards. I prefer to keep my suffering to myself, thank you. It's our suffering, comrade. It's our suffering, comrade. We're all in this together. welcome in. Welcome in. We've already got some questions popping up in the question box. It's going to be a Q&A kind of day. I didn't put a new presentation today. Today's going to be more of a Q&A kind of day. We're going to really hit the ground running, and we're going to take all of the questions. I would like to revise the text in the translator because my English might not be appropriate for you professional American streamers. I'm afraid for my own panic because I have the feeling that I might not be good enough. I might not please someone who has it anyway, not interested. Let me just tell you this. You are good enough. As long as you're trying your best, that's what really counts. Feeling like you're not good enough is something that we all feel from time to time. And sometimes it's nice to just get that reminder that you are good enough. You are valid. We do appreciate you being here. Du bist gut. Du bist gut genug. Ja? I don't know what my subtitles are up there saying. My subtitles are just so off sometimes because they're calibrated for English, but whenever I start saying stuff in other languages, the subtitles just freak out. All right. I think we're just going to get right into it. Let's just get right into it. Let's start taking some questions. I'm ready to get down to business. I feel a need to dress like my true self. However, what usually happens is I'll look at clothes I bought 2 years ago and go, what was I thinking? You know, let me just say something. It's absolutely normal to go through life and to look back at where you were a few years ago and say, what was I thinking? That's totally normal because it's just a sign that we have grown, that we have changed. When we look back on ourselves and we look at like our old hairstyle, our old fashion choices, you know, it's common. That's normal. What happens is we change so gradually, we change over a span of time that we don't normally perceive that change happening, and it's not until we actually look back and we're like, oh. Like there's some clothes in my closet, I'm just like, oh. They've been there so long, they're about to come back into fashion. Maybe I'll be ahead of the curve. And then 2 years from now on, I might do the very same thing. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Unless you start adopting unless you take the cartoon pill. Unless you take the cartoon pill and you start wardrobe maxing, just getting 15 of the same exact outfit and wearing the same thing every single day. I really want my clothes to reflect who I am, but I change so fast my wardrobe can't keep up. When I wear clothes that don't represent me, I feel like my mood is just automatically lower that day. Is there a good reason for this, or is it just I would like to wear nice clothes to feel good? Why do I feel like my clothes must define me? Ah. Your clothes don't define you per se, because there's so much more to you than just the fabric that is draped over your body. You know what I mean? There's so much more to that. There's so much more to you. Your clothes are an expression of yourself. It's not a definition of yourself, it's an expression of yourself. It's a way that you can showcase what's going on in here, what's going on in here, out here. What I would say is have fun with it. Try not to take it so seriously. Just appreciate whatever vibe you're going for that day. Just mix it up a little bit. Maybe you want to do a little bit of a retro throwback. Maybe you want to dress like a cowboy. Maybe you want to dress like a vampire. Maybe you want to dress, you know, more comfy, cozy. You know, just whatever it is that day, it's just a showcase of the many different aspects of you. You don't have to nail yourself down to just one archetype. You can be an ever-changing, ever-evolving, you know. Sometimes we wear outfits not because they're necessarily an expression of our inner self, but because they just look good on us. Sometimes that's what we do. Sometimes I'll wear an outfit and they'll be like, oh, that looks good on you. I'll be like, thank you. Like, maybe I'm not especially fond of it, but people tell me they like it, and so that's why I wear it, you know? Like, that's also something we can do. So when you dress for yourself, is it because you want other people to like it, or is it because you want you to like it? Which one of those is more important? I feel like they're both important, and it's okay to do both. But just, you know, just think about what your priorities are. Have fun with it. Have fun with it. Just enjoy your continued growth and evolution through your expression of fashion. Hey, what's up, Recklaw? How's it going? Welcome in. A stranger in a store the other day stopped me to say they really loved my style. I was so flattered. You know, isn't that always so nice when that happens? This is why one of the things that I will tell people sometimes is, if you want a mood boost, go out and be nice to people. If you want to feel better, if you want to turn your day around, go out and just give strangers compliments. Not in just like in a very passive, you know, non-offensive way. Just be like, oh my God, I love your fit. Oh my God, you look great. Have a great day, you know, and then just go on about your business. The difference, the key difference to just making it uplifting and flattering to somebody versus it being creepy is you stand there and you wait for a response and you're just like, I gave you a compliment. Now come on, say something back to me. Just do it in passing. Do it while you're walking, you know? I feel like that really makes the difference. That's the difference between somebody walked by me in the coffee shop and they said, oh my God, I love your jacket. And I was like, oh my God, it made my whole day. Versus somebody, some weirdo just stopped me in the coffee shop and they were telling me that I looked good. And then they just I had to be like, excuse me, I need to go. You know what I mean? Just say it and go. Just say it and go. Just throw out that niceness, spread it like confetti, and then just go on about your day. I have a salad here, so I'm going to be taking periodic bites of my salad. Mmm. Mmm. Kind of salad? It's a southwestern style salad. It's one of the salad kits from Aldi. The Aldi salad kits are pretty good. They're like $3, maybe like $3.50. And it comes with like the dressing and toppings and stuff. It's good. It's good. We like them. This is the Southwest one. I like the Southwest one. It's got like tortilla strips and like diced cabbage and cilantro and romaine, some carrots. It's good. It's good salad. I love Aldi. I cannot understate it. I love that grocery store. Creamy chipotle mayo sauce, kinda. Yeah. The salad dressing is like a creamy chipotle dressing. It's nice. It's good. Why does no one want me? People seem to end up hating me or leave me without a word one day, and I don't know why. I'm far from perfect, but I try to be good and good to my friends. Alright, let's not get ahead of ourselves. We don't need to assume that no one likes us or that no one wants us, because that's just untrue. There are people out there who would take us as we are, gladly. But those might not be the people that we always want to be the ones to emotionally invest in. What I would say is just go back through the correspondence, go back through the conversations, go back through the messages, and just try to view them from an impartial perspective. Like, was there anything that I said that maybe could have been read the wrong way? Maybe I came on too strong, maybe I crossed boundaries, just for the sake of our own growth and development, sometimes it's nice to just reflect on the way that we engage with people so that we can grow and so that we can learn and improve rather than just assuming that, I'm fine the way that I am. Not saying that you're not, but I'm saying that everybody has room for growth. You, me, them up there, all of us. Another factor of this could be that sometimes people just drift away for reasons that are entirely outside of our control. Sometimes people fall off the face of the earth, and sometimes people just stop reaching out, stop contacting us, and it has nothing to do with us. And so that's another thing to remember, is that it's not always about us. Sometimes people have difficult life circumstances. Sometimes people have moments where they just want to isolate and withdraw. And that doesn't have to be our fault. But I feel like a lot of the time, whenever somebody is upset or somebody is distant, we automatically jump to, it's me that did this. I made this happen. And that may not be the case. So what I would say is just try to take an honest inventory and then maybe identify areas for improvement and then keep practicing, keep working on it. This community here is a great place to do that, a great place to talk and communicate with supportive, encouraging individuals. So, great place to practice if that's something you're interested in. know no leftists IRL. Depending on where you live, you might not know any leftists IRL because some places people have to, you know, kind of keep their progressive ideas to themselves. There are a lot of like deeply red areas where people just like, they just keep their head down and they just don't really want to cause a fuss because they don't want it to like make trouble with the people that they share a space with. So I ask you this if you feel like sharing thoughts, and it's also a bit psychological. Alright, I'm in. With the current happenings in the USA, I don't see this as a result of a strong right, but of a weak left. The left has transferred from defending the oppressed, the working class, to promoting social and mental degeneracy of all sorts and attacking the very people it used to defend. The United States doesn't have a left. We have a right wing and we have a center right wing. We don't have a left. Why not stop this crazy train before someone really nasty gets elected? What do you think of this as a leftist? Well, I feel that, you know, how many years should a nation go without revising their constitution? How long should a nation go without a revolution? I feel like we're perhaps overdue. The things that we want and the things that we're asking for are not unreasonable. You know, we want workers' rights. We want women's rights. We want healthcare. We want education. We want shelter. That's not a lot, and that's not radical. The problem in America is that corporate greed really drives the show. And that's seen in both of the major political parties. Like, look how much money they're able to just throw at the elections for things that nobody really cares or wants, you know? They're just, like, there's so many ideas that are incredibly popular that no one is offering, and that's incredibly frustrating. Why not stop the crazy train before someone really nasty gets elected? Oh, we've been on the crazy train for decades in this country, and we've had really nasty people elected already. That's my perspective. I think that we need to do more organizing. I think we need to do more unionizing. I feel like solidarity is how we will win. And I feel like there's only so much more time before the people won't be able to take it anymore, before they just are tired of being exploited. People are waking up. They're realizing that the myth that you can work a job and then retire and then own your home, you know, that myth has quickly faded. We've seen it in our grandparents. We've seen it in our parents. We've watched people that we love work until the day that they die. We've watched people have to go back from retirement. We've watched people that we care about suffer and die from illness because of lack of insurance coverage, or insurance coverage that they paid for just choosing to deny their claims. So yeah, the people are pissed. I've had people come in from like European countries before and be like, socialism is bad, leftism is bad. And I'm just like, you don't understand. Like, we are fighting for what you already have. Like, we don't have good infrastructure. We don't have good public transportation. We don't have good schools. We don't feed our children. We don't house our children. We have to go into crippling debt to get a degree. We go bankrupt if we get cancer. Strange, before COVID, we all were not suffering. No, we absolutely were. We absolutely were. I think that the period that we spent in isolation really woke a lot of people up to it, but a lot of us were already quite upset about it, myself included. My ideas predate COVID. There's also a lot of anti-socialism propaganda in European countries. Yeah. Like, there are people in the United States that will still use phrases like commie scum. Like, there are still people who believe in the individual exceptionalism. There are still people who believe in the myth of meritocracy, and it's just like, it's sad. It's sad to see that the propaganda works. But I don't think it's working as well as it used to. I feel like people are changing. So, I've waited a long time. That's from Russian bot farms? No, that's people that I went to high school with. No, like no, these people are actually real. My preteen son is going through some challenging times. We have a treatment plan that's showing some good results, but the process is still quite stressful, and some days I carry that better than others. I try to hide this because I don't want him to feel responsible for it, but are there any stress management techniques I could use for myself and model for him? Thanks. Yeah, I think it's never too early to teach a child how to regulate their body through their breathing. Because your breathing is one of the best ways, it's also one of the most quickly effective ways of lowering stress in your body. It activates your parasympathetic nervous system, which is that rest and digest component of your nervous system. It also redirects your focus because instead of, just thinking about everything that you're stressed out about, you turn your focus onto your body and you focus on that feeling of the inhale, that feeling of fullness, that feeling of absorption, that feeling of slow release, and then you do it again. You do that a few times. Low IQ Joshua is back. What do you think my IQ is? Take a guess. Take a guess. If you had to assign a number to me, what do you think my IQ would be? Also, using IQ as an insult against somebody is such low IQ behavior. I've never met an intelligent person that actually uses IQ as an insult against somebody else. Because actually intelligent people recognize the shortcomings of the IQ system and how it only measures one aspect of intelligence. Do you not have any friends to talk to? Do you not have any loved ones to check in with? Do you just want to come in here and be mean to me? That's fine. I mean, if you're lonely, I'll let you do that. Don't time him out. Just let him be mean to me. He needs it. He needs it. You're clearly not in a good place right now. So I'll let you have that. I don't need friends. I'm a strong man. Keep telling yourself that. Keep telling yourself that. Just keep telling yourself that. Maybe it'll work one day. Questioner. Stress management techniques that you could use for yourself and model for your son. Breathing is a great one. Hobbies are a great one, like drawing, painting, doing art, sculpting, Legos. Something to just redirect yourself and just express yourself creatively. I feel like that's a great way to redirect frustration is into creativity. Also, distraction techniques like, hey, let's go for a walk. Like, hey, let's, grounding techniques, paying attention to your senses. What kind of stuff can you see? What kind of stuff can you hear? The thing about stress management techniques is that most of them work no matter how old you are, and they're going to be effective throughout your entire life. So the earlier we're able to start practicing stress management techniques, the better. I would also say one more thing. Find a game that the two of you can play together. Those are going to be some of the most cherished memories. Being able to look back on the time that you were able to play a game together with your parent. Parents, take time to play games with your kids. So yeah, find something that you enjoy together. And read to them. That too, read to them. I'd suggest not to play Monopoly. It's a really bad game. It is objectively a bad game. Monopoly is not a fun game. It's just not a good game. Today I wanted to ask, how do you complete creative projects while dealing with depression? Play chess. I know. I knew it was you, pure chess lover, because no one else has the vibe that you do. I was actually, what's really funny is I was wondering, because I hadn't seen you in a while, and I was like, God, I hope he's still around. I hope he's still kicking. So I'm glad to see you're still here. I hope you're doing all right. I mean, you just must not be in a very great place if you come in here to troll me on your free time. Do you want to talk about it? Or do you want to just be a big, strong man about it? I'm such a dick. I mean, read your chat messages. I'm just throwing your energy back at you. You literally came in here and said, Low IQ Joshua is back. I'm like, okay. Like, what about the way you're treating me encourages me to be nice to you? You see, I have to do that. I have to be that way, because if I'm just nice to you in spite of you being a dick to me, I'm just enabling your behavior. I have to show you that your behavior has consequences. I'm allowed to behave that way, and so am I. My favorite thing that happens from time to time on the internet is people will be like, aren't you supposed to be a therapist? Aren't you supposed to be nice? I'm like, no. No. I don't have to be. You're just using that pretext, you're using that assumption to just be like, I can berate this person without consequence because they have to be nice to me. That's kind of sad. That's kind of sad. I want to see you doing well. I want to be nice to you, and I want you to be nice to me. I think we could be friends, but for some reason you're just very insistent on not letting that happen. So come on, man. Just chill. Today I wanted to ask, how do you complete creative projects while dealing with depression? Set the intention. Hear me out. Give this one a try. Today, I am going to finish this project. If you're working on a project that's nearing completion, set that intention. Say it out loud. Recognize that that's what your objective is today. And then take measure to make that happen. Sometimes just setting the intention can really start to, create that shift within our mind. One of the reasons why completing projects while dealing with depression is difficult is because to complete a project is to have an end to that thing. And sometimes when we're struggling with depression, it's like, we don't want things to end, even if it's stuff we're working on, even if it's stuff we're trying to get done. Just the concept of like finality can be stressful when we're depressed. I've been writing since I was a kid, and I try to write every day, but I've never been able to pull myself together to actually finish anything. Over the years, I've started about 10 different novels, a couple of poetry collections, even a play, but nothing ever comes to fruition. No matter how enthusiastically I begin a project, I burn out. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of whenever I'm playing a new strategy game and I start playing the game and then I realize a few minutes in that I made a mistake early on and I should just start over. Let me just start the game over real quick, and then I do it like 10 times and then I'm like, okay, this is the run. Do you think that those novels were worth finishing, or do you view those as practice novels? Because I feel like the way that you viewed those writing efforts, those writing projects, matters. Do you view those as bodies of work that were fully fleshed out and deserving of your full effort and completion, or were those exercises? Were those ways for you to learn things about yourself? Were those ways for you to develop your narrative structure? Were those ways for you to hone your technique? Just because they aren't finished doesn't mean they aren't meaningful. You were able to learn things from doing those. You were able to practice your technique. And so maybe you just need one. Maybe you just need one that it's like, this is the one that I'm gonna finish no matter what. Because an important thing to realize is that when you complete a work, you may never feel like it's actually fully done or fully complete, or that because you always feel like I could make changes, I could revise, I could edit, I could add to it. But that's the part of finishing a creative project, is just being able to put your pencil down, just being able to put down the paintbrush and saying, that's it. It's done. Sometimes what's helpful is to show that art to other people and have them tell you, oh, that's good. Are you finished? You know, just like to have them say like, oh yeah, I think I like that as it is. I think that's done. You know, because from our perspective, it might never feel done. Give me back my hand with $25? Love you, big brother. That's my sister, by the way. Hey, Emily. Thanks for the money. My sister's here, you better be nice. My sister's here, you better be nice. Oh, hey. Hey! Oh, I get to give VIP status. You get VIP status. He just wants the attention. No, he's a big, strong man. He doesn't need your attention and he doesn't need friends. Didn't you read what he said? He doesn't need attention. He just wants it. It's like saying I don't need cake, but I want cake. I'm a few hours into a 12-hour road trip. Oh, dang. Long road trip. Glad you're here chilling. Welcome in. I love Emily's. I'm also an Emily. Oh my god, my mind is blown. I've, like, 15 has been here for a year and a half, and I've never, until right now. It's just so funny to me is like, I'll know people online for years, and I'll only know them by their usernames. Michelle was here too. I saw her in here earlier, actually. Let's get back to this question. I'm very distractible today, you'll have to excuse me. Emily's tend to be cool, not all of us, but most of us. I feel the same way about Joshua's. I know some really great Joshua's, and I know some really terrible Joshua's. I'm like, whenever I see a really bad Josh, I'm just like, I'm so disappointed. I'm like, you're setting a bad reputation for all of us. I'll get into these moods where for weeks I'm laser focused on one project, then out of nowhere I feel the need to switch gears and I lose sight of a goal or purpose, usually because of my depression. Alright, hear me out here for a second. Sometimes spacing yourself out is actually helpful to the quality of the work that you're able to produce. Sometimes it is helpful to just sit down and be laser focused and see a project through from start to finish. But oftentimes that can just end up leaving you feeling fatigued, burnt out, and drained of creative energy. Sometimes what's really helpful to do is to schedule that time. Like, I'm gonna do like a block of time. I'm gonna take like 3 hours, 4 hours, and just be really dialed in, and then take a break. Because it's really important to just like do the work and then take some time to just not focus so much on the work. Maybe you're still thinking about it. Maybe you come up with new ideas. Maybe you have a new perspective. And so it actually can enhance and increase the quality of your work. So I think what we're getting at here is gear shifting. We don't want to just stay at one gear until we're out of gas. We want to be able to shift back and forth out of those gears. I desperately want to hold a finished creative work in my hands, whether it's a photo collection, a book, a song, or something else, but I never seem to stick with anything long enough to see it through. When I was a teenager, I used to tell myself it was just because of my age, but now I'm 25 and I still haven't managed to sit down and complete an entire creative project. You know, 25 is young. 25 is young. 25 is when you really just start making sense of the world. 25 is a great age. That's when things actually start making sense. And so I feel like this is actually a perfect time for you to be in this place. I know I can do it, the ideas are there, and tools like ChatGPT help me get started, but it's the actual sustained effort, the putting your head down and doing the work that I struggle with over time. Do you deal with this too? Yes. Yes. Whenever I came up with the graphics and the designs for this show, I worked on nothing else. I worked on this intensely for like 2 weeks. But by the end of it, I was just like, my brain was fried. And I realized that it just wasn't really the way to do it. But I can get the same way. It's just like that inspiration hits, and it's like, gotta act while the inspiration's here. But what I've learned is that breaks are good for you. Like, if you start to feel yourself running out of gas, just put it down and come back to it. And you know why you don't? You know why you don't want to get up? You know why you don't want to put it down and come back to it? Is because every time you've done that, you haven't come back to it because you were worn out on it. You were burnt out on it. It's kind of like finding a new food you like. Have you ever found a new food you like and then you just like make yourself sick of it? And then you never want to eat it again? It's kind of like that, except manifested in a different way. This is why taking breaks are important, so that you don't get sick of the thing that you're working on. Sometimes you need some space, sometimes you need some sleep, sometimes you need some distance so that you can come back to it. So what I would say is find a project that is near completion that you could finish. I would go back through your projects and I would pick one. And I would maybe try that before you try starting a new project. Maybe make a vow to yourself that you're going to finish an existing project before starting a new project. I feel like that's also a good discipline to have, is be like, that's what I try to do with like books. I'm like, I'm going to finish this book before I start a new book. Otherwise, I'm never going to finish that first book. I can't do 2 books at a time. Any creative projects I'm working on or struggling with right now? I made a note to myself. Because sometimes when I have an idea, I just make a note to myself so that I don't forget it. Beaver Crazy Frog dancing emote. I want to make a new emote. It's the cartoony beaver emotes, and I want him to be dancing, and I want it to be in time with the Crazy Frog beat, and I kind of want to like model like the shape of the character like after the Crazy Frog, except it's beaver. Like, I can see it in my mind, like I know what I want it to look like. I just haven't had the time to sit down and actually work on it. What I find to be helpful is sometimes just like making notes to myself or scheduling time to work on stuff, or, you know, sharing ideas with others, you know, so that I can, you know, maybe have some people help to hold me accountable. If you really want to finish a project, my suggestion would be pick a project that you already have in the works, find one that's close to completion, and before you start working on it, do prep work. Figure out what exactly you need to do to have that finished. Figure out how much time that'll take you. And then schedule that time. Maybe break it up into blocks. I would recommend breaking it up into chunks. Because your motivation and your productivity really tapers off after a few hours. It's really hard for us to maintain a consistent level of like focus and efficiency beyond like a few hours. We really just kind of like, after a while, we're just phoning it in. So I would say take a look at a project and see, you know, try to figure out about how many hours you think it would take you to finish it. You know, is it going to take you 10 hours, 12 hours? Does it need 20 hours? Break it up into however many segments. You know, if it's going to take 10 hours, maybe do like 3 sessions of around 3 hours. If it's going to take 20 hours, you know, break that up over a span of like 2 weeks. This also helps to instill routine and ritual significance. So that's another important part of actually getting things done. What happens if I have a project that would last months? Then you got a lot of scheduling to do. Then I would break it up into phases. Then I would break it up into like phases of a project. And then I would focus on one phase of that project at a time. Trigger warning, dentist/teeth. This is your reminder to schedule an appointment with your dentist. I'm overwhelmed with anxiety right now because I've developed a toothache that started last night. It might sound silly to some, but I'm at my breaking point. Oh no, toothaches are terrible. Toothaches are terrible. You can't fault yourself for being stressed out over a toothache. My whole life has been shaped by chronic dental pain. High school was especially awful. 4 years of bouncing in and out of dentist's office. I spent months bedridden, crying from pain that felt all-consuming, radiating from inside my face. I've had so many teeth filed down, several pulled, and endured multiple root canals. Even now, I have to get painful deep cleanings several times a year. It's a constant state of discomfort, but because it's hidden in my mouth, no one really sees how much it impacts me. Brushing my teeth would always hurt. I couldn't tolerate anything too hot or too cold. I got canker sores, and sometimes brushing even caused little cuts on my gums that were beyond irritating. After high school, though, my dentist told me I was finally in the clear. For the first time in my life, my teeth and gums were healthy and strong. I was ecstatic. For the next few years, I clung to that victory, doing everything I could to forget the years of suffering. I kept up my dental hygiene, and I felt free. Then last night, the ache started in one of my back teeth, and now I'm scared. I'm furious. I don't want to go through this again. I feel like you're through... Okay, let me just say, it sounds like you're through the worst of it. It sounds like you are through the worst of it. And being reminded of the worst of it by this pain, it feels like it's reignited some trauma for you, and that's why it's got you so worried. This doesn't mean that you're going back to square one. It's probably just, you know, like a cavity or something. We'll be able... The fact of the matter is you'll be able to take care of it, and you should be back to how you were in no time. I don't want the pain or the judgment from dentists who act like I chose for my mouth to be this way. Is that what they've told you? That you chose for your mouth to be this way? Or is this just the way that our anxiety can sometimes project onto other people? I would hope that dentists aren't actually telling you that you chose for your mouth to be this way. I feel like that might just be a manifestation of some of our worry. I don't know what to do. I'm breaking down. How do I handle this? Call your dentist, get in there, get it checked out, get it fixed, and be back on your way. In the meantime, if your mouth is causing you pain, they make topical oral medications that you can use to ease that pain up until the point where you're able to actually get in and see a dentist. They literally could have said that. I know, like, that's what shocks me, is that they actually literally could have said that, because some doctors have terrible bedside manner. Dental insurance doesn't cover much, unfortunately. That's why I don't bother, because if I have to go get my teeth cleaned or a cavity filled, it's less expensive than I would pay for like a year's worth of dental insurance. It's like dental insurance. It can sometimes, you know, insurance is a scam in general. Like, I'm like, but some forms of insurance, especially, it's just like you're paying all this money and then they don't actually cover anything. It's like, wait, why am I paying $40 a month for that? Like, why am I, you know, paying an extra 40? Like, my insurance is $500 a month, and then I pay an extra 40 to get dental, and then whenever I go in there, I still have to pay a copay, and then by the end of it, I've actually paid more money than if I just paid out of pocket for those things. Questioner, you're gonna be just fine. You're gonna be just fine. Hang in there, buddy. Sorry you're feeling stressed out by this, but you're gonna be all right. I would just do what you can to feel some relief right now until you're able to get it taken care of. It sounds like maybe you got a little cavity going on the back of your teeth. You know, I had something recently. I had a little bit of a toothache myself. It was one of my fillings, like half of it had fallen out, and so there was just this like big hole in my teeth, and stuff was always like getting stuck up in there. It was terrible. terrible. So I feel you. Also, those deep cleanings on your teeth, I've had those, and those are tremendously painful. Those are not fun in any way, shape, or form. Can you tell me that's going to turn out fine? It's going to turn out fine. And we're going to make it fine. We're going to make it turn out fine. We're going to be a force that drives it towards turning out fine. We're not just going to sit by and let other people make it fine for us. We're going to be a part of that solution. We're going to be a part of making it fine. Just hang in there. When you were a kid, did they have pictures like this hanging up in your school? Because when I was a kid, they had pictures like this hanging up in our school. And the picture of a cat hanging and saying it's hang in there, that one always stuck with me. Cherry 7-Up is so much better than Cherry Sprite, and it's not even close. But what's ironic is that regular Sprite is better than regular 7-Up. At one of my schools, they took down about 90% of the posters because they said it was too distracting for students that was in the 3rd grade. That's such a short-sighted measure to take. It's just like, they're gonna find other things to distract themselves with. Have you not met kids? They'll distract themselves with anything. I used to spend hours just taking apart my pens and putting them back together. Or doodling. It's just such a non-solution. How to help someone grieving for having to sell their house and move into a retirement home. It's unfortunately not my decision, and they are sad about having to sell all of their things and say goodbye to their home. How can I try to help them focus on maybe some better aspects, or help them work through these feelings so they can feel supported even if I can't change the outcome? This is a tough situation. This is something that happens relatively frequently in older age. This is one of those common dilemmas that we face in those final stages of our life. You know, maybe we just have too many medical needs, we don't have enough mobility, we just can't take care of ourselves, we can't take care of our house, and we need more assistance, we need more support and care. And it is sad. What I would say is don't treat them like a kid. Don't treat them, because that's something that happens very commonly. That's something that happens very commonly when we're working with the elderly, is people will treat them like they're children. So don't treat them like a kid, treat them like an adult. If they are sad, talk to them about it. Allow them to tell you about their feelings. Express them, because that sadness is valid, it is there, and they should be able to talk about it. You don't have to tell them how they should feel. You don't have to try to tell them that they shouldn't be sad. Just allow them to be sad, and then be sad for them, and just have that moment of human connection. Sometimes the only thing you need to do with someone that is sad is to just be sad with them. Sometimes that's all there is to do. But outside of that, I would say focus on that first before you start focusing on the better aspects of it. Sometimes it's easier to focus on the better aspects after you get the sadness out of the way. You know, talk about the benefits of like meeting new people, making new friends. You know, talking about the positives. Normally you don't want to lead with the positives when there's still all of that sadness in the way. It has been my experience that it's more effective to talk about the sad stuff first and then move into the, well, you know, on the bright side, at least there's this. Because the truth of the situation is that it is sad. It is sad, so I would just try to be there for them and just feel it with them. You know, just show them some compassion and understanding. That'll really go a long way. And then I would just try to do whatever I could to, you know, cheer them up, you know. Spend quality time with them, talk about them, talk about those memories, talk about, you know, the good things that can come. It's gonna be a stressful situation, and the most that we can do is mitigate or decrease that stress. It's still gonna be there. There's still gonna be sadness. There's still gonna be stress. And empathy really does go a long way in helping to deal with that. Do you see what I mean when I tell you to work on the sadness first? Have you ever been really sad? Have you ever been really sad and someone's tried to cheer you up and they're like trying to distract you or saying, hey, look at this. Like, oh, look at this thing. Oh, look at this over here. Or like, why don't we go do this? Why don't we go do... It's like, you're just not there yet. You're just not really in the mood. Acknowledge the sadness. Share in it together. Feel it. And then turn your attention to other things. It's like dealing with the elephant in the room. Like, you want to deal with the elephant in the room before you start looking at the wallpaper. It's a tough situation, and we're actually kind of going through something similar here as well. You know, Casey's grandma has been ill, and we're, you know, hoping to get her stabilized, and so yeah, that's been stressful. So I feel you. I can relate to this. So I hope you're doing okay too. You know, I know that you're not the one who's having to sell your house, and you're not the one who's, you know, but I hope you're doing okay too, because, you know, you're still there helping them deal with that sadness, and it's undoubtedly affecting you as well. So I hope you're doing all right too. The more I'm doing my therapy, the more crippled I feel. I feel in these past years I'm cleaning a lot of old things, or I'm clearing a lot of old things that are quite alive in me and are harming or blocking me every day, but I don't know if I'm doing enough. Are you doing your best? Because if you're doing your best, then you're doing enough. Alright, hear me out here for a second. Something that's really important to keep in mind is that when you start to work on yourself, you become more aware of the things that you are trying to work on. And so the problems that you are dealing with or the issues that you are facing, the things that were already there, you are now more aware of them. And by becoming more aware of them, they feel bigger. They might even feel worse. And so, that doesn't mean that they are bigger. That doesn't mean that they are worse. You are just more cognizant. You are more aware of the things that you are trying to work on. And so this can actually be an indicator that you're moving in the right direction. You are understanding the nature of the things that you're trying to work on. And that's why it feels so big. Is because you're looking at it really closely. And sometimes when you're looking at things really closely, it helps to take a few steps back from it and look at the bigger picture. You're working on yourself. You're in therapy. You're trying to make your life better. That's a good thing. You're doing the work you need to do. Sometimes therapy sessions feel very meaningful, and sometimes I feel the therapist is waiting for me to push on. The other day I said to him, "You're probably writing in your notebook, he stubbornly refuses to speak about his father." The therapist chuckled and said, "What if it is you that are writing these things somewhere in the back of your mind?" It felt insightful, not condescending. You know, and that's probably something along the lines of what I would say is like, well... Or I'd be like, do you want to see my notes? I didn't write in a notebook whenever I did therapy. I was not the type to do that. Unless there was something that I really specifically needed to write down, I'd be like, excuse me for what I do, just want to jot this down real quick. And it's more of like a time-oriented thing, or like, oh, this is a pressing thing that we need to make sure we take care of quickly. I was not the type to write in a notebook because, as you can see, it kind of adds another layer of like another layer to the dynamic of like therapist client. Sometimes people like it when you have a notebook and you're writing things down. Sometimes people associate that with what therapy is. And they're like, why aren't you writing things down? Am I not saying things that are important enough? You're not taking notes. It's like, you don't have to take notes unless you want to take notes. What if I'm addicted to my bed, games, and have low energy? If you want more energy, laying around in bed is not the way to find that energy. The way to actually increase your energy levels is to put more demand on your body. It will increase your metabolic rate. It'll start to give you that energy you're looking for. It's not very helpful advice, but it is the truth. If you want to have more energy, you just gotta get up and start moving, and then the energy will start to come. Your body will start to create it because you have increased the demand on yourself. If you're just laying around in bed, you're in power saving mode. Like, why would I need energy if I'm just laying around? Can you tell about the differences of therapy and psychotherapy? Therapy is kind of just like a general term. It can refer to any different number of things, and psychotherapy is more specifically just catered to the underlying processes of a person's mind. Oftentimes the terms are used interchangeably. Oftentimes those terms are used interchangeably. Therapy, psychotherapy. Twitch crashed. Can you repeat that last bit, please? What I was saying is if you want to increase your energy level, you have to increase the demand that you are putting onto your body. I know that that's an uncomfortable truth, but that is the truth. Like, just laying around in bed and waiting for that energy to come, it's not going to happen. You're in power saving mode. Your body's not going to increase. Why would your body give you more energy? You're not doing anything that's putting a demand. You have to increase the demand if you want to increase the energy. And I know that sucks. I wish that you could just sit around and wait for energy to come to you, but it doesn't work that way. If you want energy, you got to go out there and find it. After shedding a lot of bad stuff, I feel lost. Hey, Don Creech, thanks for subscribing. Welcome, welcome, welcome. After shedding a lot of bad stuff, I feel lost. I used to have a lot of bad relationships, inaccessible women. Now with therapy active, I don't have much occurrences. I don't have any such occurrences. Think about this for a minute. When we go through life carrying a lot of pain, it becomes a part of who we are. We get used to carrying it. Like, have you ever had a backpack on and you've had that backpack on for a long time? You ever been on a hike or something and you're wearing that bag and it becomes a part of you? You don't even recognize that you're like wearing something. It just feels like that's what's supposed to be there. Sometimes letting go of pain leaves you feeling lost because you're so accustomed to feeling pain that you're like, wait, what do I do now? Like, where'd that pain go? I'm a good person and a good streamer. Oh, stop. You're gonna make me blush. Questioner, I just want to let you know, I think you're doing great. I think you're doing fantastic. I think you're like 1 or 2 aha moments away from just like really like being in the groove. You're so close. You just need those like light bulb moments where things can start to click together. I want to push myself beyond, out of the old shells that still choke me. I'm just not sure if I can do it, and I'm even more not sure if I'm not doing enough. I never miss a session, and I'm never late. What do you think? Also, and great stream, by the way. You're doing more than 90% of people. So if you're not doing enough, who is doing enough? You're doing more than most. Of course you're doing great. You're doing fantastic. You're so close. Let me just tell you something. I think you're doing great, and I'm glad that you have such a good relationship with your therapist. Sounds like you found a good match. Just remember this, you don't have to talk to your therapist about every single pain from your life. That's not what it's about. You don't have to talk about every single pain, every single issue. Sometimes going to therapy is just helping you to see the bigger picture so that you can feel more equipped to navigate the problems that you're dealing with in your life or dealing with the memories or the old pains that you're trying to let go of. Let me just say this. Anything you don't need, you can let go of. So if you're holding on to pain, ask yourself this. What am I holding on to it for? Am I trying to learn from it? Am I trying to hold on to it so that I can protect myself from future pain? Why am I holding on to this? Do I need to take this with me? Because sometimes the only thing you need to do to take that next step up to where you're trying to get to is to leave some things behind you. Sometimes you just gotta let some stuff go so that you can take that next step up. So what are you willing to let go of? I would like to meditate more, but I struggle with addiction to screens and distracting myself. You know what? Meditation is actually great for dealing with both of those things. So to me, what I hear this is, I would like to lift heavier weights, but I struggle with lifting heavy weights. So I'm like, so we just need to start lifting smaller weights and work our way up to the bigger weights. I often have something playing in the background, and I'm so used to not giving myself much silence during the day. Any ideas to help me ease myself into more mindful habits? Oh, yeah. Let's talk about it. You can meditate and be more mindful without changing anything about your environment. Try this. Sit there with your eyes closed and just listen. Just listen. Just pay attention to what you're hearing. And then what will happen is your mind will wander, because that's what it does. Your mind's going to wander, you're going to get distracted, you're going to say, ooh, I need to start thinking about what I want to make for dinner. I need to go to the store. I need to call that person back. I need to, check my Instagram. Just go back to listening. What makes meditation easier to practice in the beginning is not being so critical of yourself when you notice yourself failing in meditation, because failing is actually part of the process. Some people just don't get into meditation because they're like, I need to sit down, I need to focus, I need to... And you're pushing too hard. You're pushing too hard. Just be aware. What am I hearing? What do I feel? Just exist. And then your mind will wander, you'll get distracted, and then the important thing here is to gently and kindly redirect yourself back to where you're trying to be. Because oftentimes people will catch themselves getting distracted, and then they'll be like, oh, I can't do this. This is too hard. I suck at meditating. I can't even clear my mind and it's like, that's not helping you. And that's exactly what you're trying to get better at. It's like, just politely, calmly, kindly redirect yourself into your senses. Feel your breath. Turn your awareness to your senses. What do I hear? What do I feel? What if your hate is of greed? That's something I won't go away ever. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm not gonna let go of my hatred for greed. I'm not trying to let go of my hatred for greed. I think that There are there are a few things in the universe that are deserving of your, your distaste. And I feel like greed is one of those things. When we talk about like freeing ourselves from hatred, I'm not talking about completely. I'm talking about in ways that are harmful to us. Like, we don't need to hate ourselves for trying our best. We don't need to hate ourselves for being lost and confused. We don't need to hate ourselves for making mistakes. It's okay to hate other things. It's okay to hate corporate greed. It's okay to hate war. It's okay to hate those things. But what we don't need to do is hate ourselves for being human and making human mistakes. But what I would encourage is to not spend too much time embellishing your hate. Be aware of the things that you do not like, but there's no need to dawdle there. You know what also could be nice? This is for the questioner. If you like to have like to have music on during the day, like if you just around your house or your apartment, try just putting on something peaceful, something calm, just to like fill the background. Because what I've noticed is that having this type of music on in the background kind of helps you to be in a more meditative state. And there's all sorts of different types of like meditation music you can listen to. There's some with nature sounds, there's some with instruments, there's some with like chanting or humming or vocalizations. There's some that it's just pure tones. There's something for everybody. So like if you want to feel just like more peaceful, just like hanging around your house or hanging around your apartment, consider just like putting something like this on in the background. It feels like you're at a spa. Sound has a really powerful influence on our mood. If you're listening to music that's very high beats per minute, it increases your heart rate. It makes you more aroused. And when I say aroused, I don't mean horned up. I mean aroused as in a state of like energy level. So I'm just like, you could have stuff like this on and you could just be walking around like doing your dishes, making coffee, petting your cat, and it's just like very zen, very peaceful. I'm also the type to not really like silence. I don't really care for like silence in the background. That's why I like background music. That's why I like the lo-fi, the chill beats, the meditation music. It's I keep that stuff going in the background. What if I avoid music? I just listen to games, podcast, or whatever streamers play. I mean, I don't look at like meditation music as like traditional music per se, because when you think of music, you think of like, oh, there's singing and there's lots of instruments and it's exciting. It's just like, I like it just because it's kind of chill. Anyone here have a cat? I went for a smoke outside the place I'm renting and this cat comes, starts meowing and rubbing at me. I pet it and it's super friendly. A strange cat, never seen it before. What's that about? That's the cat distribution system at work. That cat came to you and it said, "You're my human now." It's the cat distribution system. One last thing to say, questioner, is if you struggle with addiction to screens and distractions, meditate on that. Something really important about meditation to remember is that you can set an intention for your meditation. You can set an intention for your meditation and you can try to find clarity about a certain thing that you might be grappling with. Just for clarity, for focus, for understanding. Cats are supposed to be skittish. Not all cats. Some cats are skittish. One of my cats is quite skittish. And then I've got some very friendly cats. Like Beavis, he will come up and he will greet everybody who comes into the house. He wants to be friends with everybody. He's a very friendly guy. Syndra, on the other hand, if there is a stranger in the house, she will run and hide under the bed. My issue is I have too many things on the to-do list and just end up jumping all the time. Maybe we need a shorter to-do list. Maybe we need multiple to-do lists. It's just a matter of practice. Just focusing on one goal at a time, focusing on one step at a time. If we give ourselves too many things to choose from, sometimes we feel paralyzed by the choice. Sometimes we have that decision paralysis, or we end up jumping around from thing to thing. Sometimes we need to narrow our focus a little bit, because it better serves us in the long run. It helps us to be more productive in the long run if we just narrow our focus rather than saying, well, like I have a bunch of things I want to get done, so I'm going to make a list of all of the things I need to get done. Sometimes having a shorter list of to-do actually helps you to get more done than having a longer list to do. We recently found a very loving kitty. We gave her shots and adopted her out. She had 6 kittens. Isn't that so interesting that that's something cats will do? Like, if they are pregnant, sometimes they will be like, all right, now's my time. I need to go find a family. I need to go find some humans. Cats are smarter than you would think. They're very aware. Why is faith not deemed a delusion? Thanks. It is sometimes. Sometimes it is. Some people believe that they are a religious entity. Some people believe that they are the second coming or that they are a prophet. And those are delusional thoughts, delusional beliefs. Faith in general extends beyond just like a religious pretense. Faith can be extended to many different avenues of life. We can have faith in ourselves. We can have faith in our friends. So not all faith is delusional. Some faith is healthy. Sometimes it's healthy to believe in things. Sometimes it's healthy to have faith and trust. So when you think about the human need for faith, runs deep. It's not just about what you believe in as far as a creator, or what you believe in as far as an afterlife, or, you know, your moral values and virtues. It's more than that. Faith is me believing that, you know, when I tell my friends I love them and they tell me that they love me back, I believe them. I have faith in them. I have faith that they are truthful. You know, faith is good for you. Faith is what helps to keep you from despair. And faith can have absolutely nothing to do with religion. And so I would just encourage you to separate the two ideas within your mind. So yeah, there's definitely faith within a religious context, and there's ways that faith within a religious context can be harmful to a person. Like, you have somebody who has cancer, and instead of taking them to a doctor, you say, all right, we're going to gather around and we're all going to pray. You know, like, that can actually have tangible, harmful consequences. Faith can mislead, but faith can also help you to find what really matters. How do I trust people? By trusting yourself. If you can trust yourself, it makes it easier to trust others. Because by trusting yourself, you trust that you're going to make good decisions as far as who to put your trust in. You can also learn to trust other people by putting gates into your castle walls, allowing people in. Maybe you don't have to bring them into the inner sanctum, but you're at least allowing them into the kingdom, or the queendom, or the non-binary empire. What would you have faith in, if not religion, then what? I have faith in myself. I have faith in my loved ones. I have faith in my friends. I have faith that when I go to bed, I will wake up in the morning. I have faith that the lights will turn on when I flip the switch. You know, faith doesn't have to do anything with religion. If faith for you is only about religion, then that's on you. But faith for me is just about trust and belief. And there are things in this world that I do choose to trust and believe in. Sounds highly heretical. Well, I did call a bunch of religions fan fictions the other day, so I guess I would be labeled a heretic by many. Just don't tell the Inquisition that I've been a heretic, okay? Just don't rat me out to the Inquisition, okay? That's all I ask. Don't tell the Inquisition that I've been doing a little bit of heresy. I would never besmirch the name of the God Emperor of mankind. I have to go to a work dinner tonight, and I'm nervous. It's not the first time, but I just get really anxious in anticipation of some things. It's not logical at all, and I know that once I get there and start talking to people, it'll be fine, but I hate that my brain has to stress me out until then. Alright, this is what I'm gonna do. Yoink! I got it. I got it right here. I got your anxiety. Do you want it back, or do you want me to keep it? I'm keeping it, actually. It's mine now. I feel like what's going to be helpful, and you are already mindful of this, you know, it's going to be okay. I know I'm going to have fun. And that's exactly what you should be doing. You know, that's exactly what you should be doing. Because to me right now, what it kind of sounds like is it's like you're not actually anxious about the event because you know the event is going to go fine. You're anxious because you have anxiety. You're like, I'm having anxiety, and this is making me anxious. I'm having anxiety, and I don't know why I am having anxiety, and that's making me anxious. What I would continue to encourage you to do, because this is something that you're already doing, and it's what is actually helping you to stay on the right path here, is to continue thinking about different ways that this is going to go well. Convert some of that anxiety into excitement. Anxiety and excitement are produced in the same part of your brain. So one of the best ways to handle anxiety is to convert it into excitement. Instead of asking yourself what could go wrong, ask yourself what could go right. And the thing about anxiety is that it's not a logical process. The part of your brain that produces anxiety is not the part of your brain that gives you logic. They might be connected, they might be bridged, but it's different parts of your brain. Anxiety is very rarely a logical thing. Salad. You're gonna do just fine, and you already know that. So I would just try to redirect some of that energy. Be comfortable with a little bit of it. Don't let it overwhelm you. You'll be alright. When you catch yourself worrying about what could go wrong, take a moment to ask yourself what could go right. You know, take a look at the other side of that equation. Also, I feel like giving yourself some grace and showing yourself some compassion can also be helpful. Because just look at it this way. You have the anxiety, but there's not really the situation isn't really what's creating the anxiety. It's like you have the anxiety and now you're stressing yourself out because you're like, why is my brain doing this? And so your anxiety then just starts feeding into itself. You can have anxiety about having anxiety. So tell your brain, thank you, I appreciate you looking out for me, but I'm okay. It's difficult to explain, but I don't want to have consensual sex with girls. Like, I want it to be... Okay, hold on. The only sex that you should be having is consensual sex. The only sex that anyone should be having is consensual sex. If you are not having consensual sex, you are committing assault. Now, that being said, you can still have consent, but then role play other circumstances. But consent should be there. Consent should be enthusiastic. Like, I want it to be forced in order to feel pleasure. Have you talked to anyone about this? Have you talked to like a counselor or a therapist about this? Have you been put into positions in your development? Like, is this something that happened to you? Is this like, there's just a lot to unpack with this one. I want a girl who would let me rub myself against her forcefully without disliking it. Is this possible? Yes, it is possible. But see, the key word here is would let me. It's about consent. Consent is everything. If you don't have consent, you are committing assault. I need to make that very clear. But there are people who are willing to consensually do things for the sake of, like, role play, and I'm not gonna kink shame anybody, but consent should always be there, and consent should always be enthusiastic. What can I do to practice this in a safe and legal way? By obtaining consent. By obtaining consent. We don't want to be out here sexually assaulting people, okay? I mean that. That's... We should not be out here doing anything sexual to anybody who doesn't want anything to do with what we are doing. We can't be out here violating people just so that we can get off, okay? That's messed up. I would say, you know, if you find somebody who's into it and they say it's okay, then go for it. That's what I will say. If you find somebody who's into it and they give you the go-ahead, then you're in the clear. Make it written? Yeah. Get it in writing. What is the best way to break it off with a significant other? I have been with her for at least 8 years. His birthday is on the 10th and Christmas is coming up. I feel like either way the timing is bad. LOL. Also, in the past, there's been physical abuse, so doing in person is a little worrisome for me, but also it hasn't happened in over 5+ years. Any advice is appreciated. If you are legitimately concerned that you cannot break up with this person because they are going to assault you, then don't give them the benefit of an in-person breakup. Just leave. Leave them a letter, leave them a note, send them a text message. Either way, the timing is going to be bad, but the timing's never going to be good, alright? The timing's never going to be good. My goal was to find faith, and I didn't. I might be damned. Well, see, now you need to just find faith in yourself. Find faith in your own ability to find faith outside of yourself. My significant other of 8 years was gonna break up with me, I would want to stay friends. Beeping? What's beeping? That. Something was in here beeping. I'm like, uh-oh. I guess what you should take into consideration is, what do you want your relationship to be like after you break up? Do you want to have communication with this person? Do you want this person to still be in your life? Because that's something that you're going to want to factor in figuring out how to break it off with them. If you feel physically worried about their response to you, then I would make sure to take measures to keep yourself safe. Don't do it alone, you know, have somebody, maybe not in the room with you, but somebody who's nearby who could, you know, just be there to be supportive. You know, a friend outside in the car, or a friend in the other room, or, you know. Cherry 7-Up is so much better than Cherry Sprite. It's not even close. Questioner, I don't think that there's gonna be any easy way to do it, but I feel like what you should definitely take into consideration is your own safety. And factor in, you know, like, what do I want our relationship to be like after this? Do I want to just go our separate ways? Do I want them to still be around? Do I still want to be friends? So just factor in all of those variables to come up with a strategy. If you wanted to just, like, you don't need to do it any particular way, but what I would say is to make sure you factor in your own safety. Can people still be friends when abuse has happened? I mean, I like to believe that people who have been abusive can grow and learn and change. I like to believe that that is true. But if the person who has been abusive has not taken a serious effort to actually correct and learn and grow, then I feel like this is not something that you should allow to continue. A lot of people do learn and grow and change. A lot of people stay the same. A lot of people get worse. So I feel like it is possible. It's not very likely, it's not very common, but it is possible. I'd say for most people, it's just like, let's just go our separate ways and wish each other the best, you know? I feel like a large part of why abusive people have a hard time growing and changing is because they rationalize their behaviors. They are abusive, but they don't see themselves as abusive. They're like, well, I'm only this way because of the way my dad was to me, or I'm only this way because that's the way that I, saw my parents treating each other, so it's not my fault. It's like, the things that happened to you are not your fault, but it is your responsibility to deal with your behaviors today. Would you advise being as mean as possible? No, I wouldn't recommend being as mean as possible. Because I feel like that's not something that's really going to help to bring you peace. So people just become emotionally distant until the other person breaks up with them, like quiet quitting in relationships. Oh yeah, that's true. I would just be very mindful of keeping yourself safe. That should be your priority. Even though there hasn't been abuse in a long time, you don't know what could happen in the stress of being, broken up. People can do very impulsive, very reckless things in those types of situations, so please just make sure you're looking out for yourself, all right? Best of luck in navigating this situation. If it has to just be a letter, if it has to just be he wakes up one morning and you're just gone, or he just doesn't hear from you anymore, so be it. Hello, Joshua and chat. This is more of a social question rather than a therapy question. I noticed the headlines are reporting that online sleuths are silent on trying to help identifying and finding the guy who killed the UHC CEO. I understand why people are somewhat thinking his death is payback for causing misery for others. However, can't there be a way for mass voices to make this pressure point for Congress to move forward abolishing private healthcare and moving towards universal healthcare? I hope so. Because... But you gotta remember, people don't like to get out and protest until it's warmer. This happened in the winter, and so it's not gonna be until like March, April we actually start seeing people like out in the streets. And believe me, people will be out in the streets come springtime. Believe me, that will happen. It's cold right now, and people don't want to be out there protesting. And what about the conversation on gun violence? Don't you think that keeping the focus on silently cheering the gunman is causing a missed opportunity for us to fix the brokenness of our country, which creates an environment for this kind of revenge? Signed, Emily 15. I feel like there is a lot of brokenness in our country, and I feel like this is a symptom of that brokenness. Like, I don't think that the French in 1786 wanted to have to use guillotines, but they were put into a situation where they felt like there was no choice. Desperate times, desperate measures. And I feel like what really needs to be addressed is the desperation that people are feeling right now, because we're not having our needs met. Our future is uncertain. We can't afford to eat. We can't afford to live. We're working more and more hours for less and less pay. We're desperate. I would love to see healthcare reform, and I would love to see healthcare reform without having to see a bunch of executives get clapped. I would love for that to happen. Also, I mean, you have to appreciate that there is just a certain sense of schadenfreude to be found here. A certain sense of, like, finally, the people who are causing so much misery and harm and fear are starting to feel that fear that we feel. And I'm not going to tell people that they're wrong for feeling that way, but I feel like we're going about it in the way that we have been forced to go about it, because seeing people suffer and die and protest and plead and beg has not been enough. So what are we left with? If pleading and begging and dying and suffering is not enough, what will be enough to get our message through to people? What else have we been left with? So I wish there was a better way, and I hope we find a better way. But I'm not going to fault people for behaving the way that they do based on the way that they've been treated year after year after year. Disrespect existence, expect resistance. It's a matter of focus, though. And you gotta remember that there are gonna be many different minds, many different people, many different lifestyles, many different viewpoints coming together to help solve this problem. There's gonna be a group of, like, younger, more gung-ho, pardon the pun. And then there are going to be people who are, you know, older and wiser, who are willing to be more open to a diplomatic approach. So we'll see what happens. See what happens. I love that people aren't helping to... I personally, I love that. I love when we can all come together. You know what I mean? Left, right, and center, we can all come together. That's what life is all about. I love when we can all come together, don't you agree? And this is what I'm talking about. When I'm talking about how you reach people on the other side, is to find those commonalities. You know, talk about stuff that we all agree on, because that's what we need to be talking about. We don't need to be talking about the stuff that they make us think we need to be talking about, the stuff that continues to divide us, these non-issues that they keep making us argue over in order to feel like we're doing something, because that's not what actually is going to change the world. We need to talk about corporate greed. We need to talk about, you know, sex trafficking and human trafficking, and, you know, those are things that most people care about, and that's a good way to reach people who might see themselves as your political opponent, and you can help them to realize that we do not need to be enemies. Congress allows for corporate greed. It does. We need to prohibit members of Congress from owning stocks or from buying stocks. That's just such a glaring failure in the system that it's just... You can make a decent amount of money in your stock portfolio by just copying whatever Nancy Pelosi does. If you really want to connect with Republicans, talk to them about how much you don't like Nancy Pelosi either. Should I go outside? Yes. Go get some fresh air. You don't have to go very far outside. Sometimes it's nice to just go outside, you know, out on the porch, out on the deck, out on the sidewalk, and just breathe in that air. Sometimes it's nice to just go for a little walk. So I would recommend it. I would say yes, go outside. This convo must be gobsmacked for our European chatters. Yeah, I wonder what a lot of them are thinking right now. A lot of European chatters probably have a hard time rationalizing the response to this because they live in a system that actually has universal healthcare. Like, if you get sick, you don't have to worry about losing your house. You don't have to worry about your life being ruined because of an illness. That is something that happens to Americans every single day. And so, yeah, we're frustrated. We're angry, and we've been frustrated and angry for a long time. And when people that have the power, that have the control, that are able to actually influence the state of the world for us, and they refuse to do anything in spite of our suffering, then I can't blame people for how they respond to that. I can't expect people to just sit back and take it. There are people in Europe who do get it, though. There are people who have to get specialized, like, temporary insurance when they travel to America. There's a whole business about just traveler's insurance. It's like, oh, you're going to America? What if something happens when you're over there? What happens if you break your arm? You don't want to be, you know, you don't want to have to pay several $1,000s. I refuse to mourn a person like that. He was no saint. And I don't think anyone's asking you to. And I feel like the people who are mourning that person just are not empathetic. They just are not understanding. Like, would they mourn, like, were there people mourning Hitler when Hitler got killed? They're like, aw. They're like, aw, a human is dead. Aw. He had a family. Aw. It's like, terrible people have families all the time. I'm supposed to feel bad when they're dead? No. It's like, guys, Adolf Hitler was a victim of gun violence. We shouldn't celebrate Adolf Hitler's death because he was a victim of gun violence. Like, no, that makes absolutely no sense. Who am I comparing to Hitler? The United Healthcare CEO. Now, I'm not comparing act for act, okay? But I'm just comparing relative levels of evil. Now, maybe he only scored a 0.8 on the Hitler scale. Maybe he wasn't like Hitler of Hitlers. But he was, on the level of evil, he was pretty close. This guy was the CEO of the health insurance company that had the most denials for coverage. Over 30% of claims were denied. This means people not getting the medications they need or getting the treatments they need. This means people with disabilities. This means people with cancer not getting the help and the care that they paid for no other reason other than because he wanted more money. That is incredibly ridiculously evil. So yeah, maybe he didn't genocide a bunch of people, but in a way he kinda did. In a way, he kinda did. Your system is fucked up? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it is. Oh yeah, it's very fucked up. The more you think about it, the worse it gets, honestly. The system isn't even really set up to properly treat people. It's set up to keep people just sick enough to where they keep coming back for treatment, but healthy enough to where they're able to keep affording treatment. Pharmaceutical companies would love it if you spent every single cent of what you have on your treatment. They would just absolutely love it. They're always trying to find ways to charge you more. Let's say that you... Okay, fun fact. Fun fact. Let's do a quick guess. Have you ever had a cough drop? Have you ever had a cough drop? How much does it cost for a bag of cough drops? Depending on the bag of cough drops you get, this could easily range from just a couple of dollars. Some of them are pretty cheap, some of them are a bit more expensive, but all in all, they're relatively cheap. Let's say that you have a cough and you're in a hospital. Let's say that you're in a hospital and you want a cough drop. You have a cough. Did you know that hospitals regularly bill people for cough drops? Did you know that you can be billed upwards of $80 for a single cough drop? When you're in the medical system, they have the freedom to charge you whatever the hell they want for whatever they're providing you. I once took somebody to the ER because they were having an asthma attack and they gave them an albuterol treatment and it cost $2,000. All of this is overbilling because they know insurance will underpay. Yeah, the whole system's a fucking scam. The whole system's fucking broken. And we need to fix it. So what are we gonna do to fix it? My recommendation to people, if you get healthcare in the United States, contest your bill, ask for an itemized bill, negotiate. The hospitals will often negotiate medical bills with you, and you might have to only pay a fraction of what they're trying to charge you. Also, I believe that there's already a cure for cancers. It wouldn't surprise me. There's way too much money in cancer research and cancer fundraising and cancer treatment. Like, do they want to treat? Do they actually want a cure? Or do they want to just keep raking in millions and millions of dollars? Just makes you wonder. And if anyone developing such a thing would become exorbitantly rich, if anyone actually released a cure for cancer and they tried to charge too much money for it, they would experience a ridiculous amount of pressure to lower their prices. Remember when they were charging people thousands of dollars for insulin? Something that they literally needed to stay alive, and diabetics were having to ration their insulin? If I get really sick, I'm going overseas. If I get really sick, I'm gonna just go to a different country to get medical care. It's cheaper. Like, if you needed a hip replacement, it's cheaper to fly to Europe, live there for 2 years, break your hip again, get it treated again, than it would be to do it one time in the United States. Positive vibe. I'm trying to allow your message, but it keeps bugging out and not allowing me to click it. Well, let me refresh. I'm trying to allow your message. Great, now it disappeared. Now I can't click it. Oh well. AutoMod was flagging your message because it had the word die in it. I have a passport and live within a 5-hour drive of Canada. I wonder if I could make it in an emergency. You know, I think you could hang on. I think you could hang on. I think that just the idea of like, I'm gonna save so much money. I think that could keep you hanging on. It's just like how people are having to take Uber rides to the hospital instead of calling an ambulance. Yeah, we do that too. There are people in here who have lost people that they love because of the broken healthcare system, and I am not going to tell them that they are wrong for not being upset that one of the most insidious people in the business was murdered. I'm not going to condone gun violence, but I'm also not going to tell people that they're wrong to feel the way that they feel about what happened. Would we even be having the conversation about gun violence if he used a different weapon? Like, that's what I'm wondering. I'm like, what if he had a sword? What if he used a sword? Like, would we be talking about sword violence? You know what I mean? Like, a lot of people will be like, well, what about gun violence in America? I'm like, okay. But what if he used a sword? I feel like the gun violence question is really disingenuous. Oh, it absolutely is. They don't care, like, they don't think the gun violence is a problem. Their solution to gun violence in schools is to build stronger doors. to turn a school into a fortress. Like, that's their solution. Like, they don't care about gun violence. They only care about gun violence when it's somebody who had a lot of money that got shot. They don't care about poor people getting shot. Poor people get shot all the fucking time. They don't care. There are tons of people out there who have unsolved murders, and they don't really seem too keen on solving those murders because those people didn't have a bunch of money. But when somebody with a bunch of money gets killed, it's supposed to be all hands on deck? Yeah, the fact that bulletproof backpacks even is a thing is just so heart-wrenching. Just the idea that that even needed to be an idea, or that even needed to be an invention. Is that a joke? Do they actually sell Kevlar backpacks? Oh, we've got some Europeans really learning about America today, don't we? If you didn't feel sorry enough for us already. Welcome to the bulletproof backpack. Oh my god, and it's got a flip out bulletproof vest. See, I tell you, Americans, a lot of us like to just believe that we're living in a fucking action movie. Like, look at this shit. We're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna be the hero. Like, take it easy, Rambo. Isn't this just the most ridiculous thing you've ever seen? Where are these made? Oh no, they're made in USA, baby. They're made in USA. The people of the United States have found themselves in a precarious situation. They feel like, well, I need to own a gun. What about all these crazy people that have guns? I need to protect myself from all the crazy people with guns. I need a gun too. And that's where we're at. People are just buying more and more guns to protect themselves from all the other guns that people have. This ad is insane. I know, isn't this just insane? These people literally just want to feel like they're living inside of an action movie. Like, look at this fucking guy just like running. He's just running through the mall. He's just like, I'm gonna stop the shooter. Good thing I wore my bulletproof backpack today. I'll be the hero. What do these cost? Oh my god, good question. Good question. Let's figure out. Let's shop now. You have to pay extra if you want it to be rifle proof. If you want it to be handgun proof or knife proof, you might be able to get a better deal. But if you want it to be rifle proof, which, I mean, if you live in America, it's gunland, you know, you're gonna need to be, you might as well be rifle proof, you know what I mean? You're gonna have to pay top dollar to be rifle proof. First Responder Bulletproof Backpack Level 3 Plus Ultra Lightweight Rifle Protection Bundle. A plate carrier and medkit in one. Like, just this amount of LARPing. Just being like, I need to walk around with body armor and a med kit just in case there's a mass shooting. Like, can you just like fathom for a moment how absolutely insane this is? Look at the size of it, too. It's huge. Teacher. Another part of just the absolute worst solutions to gun violence in schools is like, I don't know, maybe we give the teachers guns. I feel like I'm on crazy pills. Just us hanging out with our bulletproof backpacks. I'm like, if you're that level of like paranoid that you have to just be hanging out in your bulletproof backpack, it's like, why even go outside? Why leave your house? Yeah, if they gave teachers guns, it's only going to be a matter of time until a teacher, like, mentally snaps and ends up being the one who starts shooting people. Like, I don't doubt that that would happen. Like, with the amount of just, like, mistreatment and abuse that teachers in America get, it's like, you don't want to be giving them guns. Just practice your gun kata. Just know how to dodge. Just know. Guns don't make people crazy. And I didn't say that they were. I'm saying that the working conditions for American teachers are absolutely terrible and does drive people crazy. A lot of American teachers are underpaid, overworked. They have high levels of alcoholism and substance abuse, domestic violence, just because of the sheer, like, awful working conditions that they have. Statistics where? I mean, if you are interested in understanding more about the plight of teachers in America, I'm going to encourage you to do some research on your own time. Years ago, I started going to therapy and it completely transformed my life. I can't recommend it enough to everyone. It's like I've become a whole new person. Through this journey, I've formed some of the most meaningful friendships because, without even realizing it, I learned to love and accept myself. These friends love me for who I truly am, respect my boundaries, and challenge me to grow even further. That said, I can't help but feel a little behind in life. I've experienced so much growth over these past 4 years that I can't help but wish I'd started this journey sooner. This is a W. See, now what we need to remember is that we did it when we did it, and we don't need to beat ourselves up for not doing it earlier. Because you got to remember that maybe you just weren't ready at that earlier stage. Maybe you did it exactly when you were supposed to. Maybe you did it when you were meant to, you know? If you don't think that a teacher would be violent against a child in school, then you need to remember that we just talked about this yesterday, I think, that in 19 United States teachers are allowed to physically discipline children. They're literally allowed to hit kids. Like, the American schooling system is a mess. It's a mess. There's a law in Missouri that specifies that using discipline on a child in school, like physical discipline, cannot be considered abuse. What? Here, I'll show you. This is from the National Educational Association. Corporal punishment in schools still legal in many states. 19, well, I think it was 19, but now I think I don't know if it's 23 or if it's 19. Well, no, this is 2024. So yeah, 23 states either still allow or haven't officially banned corporal punishment to children in public schools. Also, black children are about 4 times more likely to be physically disciplined, and also disabled children are more likely to be disciplined. The law says it cannot. Yes, the law in Missouri states that physical discipline, if done according to their guidelines, cannot be constituted as abuse. They are essentially protected from being accused of abusing a child because it's legal for them to hit the kid within the proper context. And would you look at that? This is where it's allowed. As of 2024, corporal punishment is legal in 17 states and practiced in 14. An additional 6 states have not expressly prohibited it. So in some of these states, they don't actually practice it, but in 14 of these states they do. It says nothing about hitting. That's corporal punishment is hitting. That's what corporal punishment means. It means physical punishment, as in spanking, as in hitting them with a paddle or a ruler. You think they do it for fun? I think that people who hit kids are twisted. I think that hitting kids is never okay. And some of them probably get some sick pleasure out of it. Yeah, not very surprising that a lot of these states that allowed slavery are also the ones who are still hitting their children. Surprise, surprise. The majority of students who received corporal punishment were in Mississippi, Alabama, Arkansas, and Texas. Chat, let's redirect for a minute. Let's redirect away from this topic, and let's take a moment to celebrate this W. We've got a W in the question box, so let's take a minute to just refocus, and let's take a moment to just commemorate this W. Therapy works. Therapy works. Sorry? Oh no, I'm always happy to educate people who aren't from America about how fucked up things in America are. Like, I'm more than happy to, and like, when people are like in shock and disbelief about the actual conditions of America, I'm just like, here, I'll show you, I'll teach you. I don't mind at all. I don't blame people for being in disbelief about the conditions of America, because they really are just cartoonishly bad. Like, you would think that they were barbaric and uncivilized, and yes, you would be correct. They can literally be hard to believe. Now imagine that you're living in that system. Imagine how frustrated you would be. Questioner, I'm very happy for you. I'm very happy for you. And you know what? You're at a point in your life where you were meant to have these things happen. You know, could they have happened sooner? Maybe, but maybe you just weren't ready yet. And see, that's why we need to not go back and be like, I wish this happened sooner, because you don't know how things could have played out if they had happened sooner. Maybe you weren't ready for them to happen. And maybe if they did happen sooner, things would have been different. Maybe they would have not worked. Maybe things would have gotten maybe they potentially even could have gotten worse. We don't know. All we know is that things are good now, and that's what matters. So, questioner, this is a W. We're double W. This is a win. Also, look at it this way. You say, like, it's like I've become a whole new person, and that's exactly what it's like. But you realize that that new person was actually just me achieving my full potential. That's what it feels like when you actually start to, you know, appreciate your full potential. That self-actualization. It's like becoming a whole new person. And that whole new person is who you were meant to be. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. I was homeschooled. My parents refused to provide me with a high school transcript, which severely limited my options for pursuing higher education. That's really messed up of them to do. Like, if you're gonna homeschool a child, don't prohibit them from doing the things that they need to do. That does not feel like education. That feels more like abuse. That feels more like manipulation than education. I just found a degree program that looks like it was designed for me. It's everything I've ever wanted. However, in a classic feeling obligated to care for aging abusive parents scenario, my parents rely on me and I do feel responsibility towards them. Can I ask you a question? Why? Sometimes we feel like we have to be the better person in regards to our parents. Like we need to show them the responsibility and the care that they did not show to us. But I also just want to say that if you don't feel like you want to do that or that you should do that, you're valid in that. I don't feel like anybody should have to stick around and care for their abusive parents. Like, if they wanted you to care for them when they were old, shouldn't they have perhaps treated you better when you were younger? Just a thought. Or maybe at least show some accountability. Maybe at least be apologetic. You know what I mean? Like, there would be a huge difference. You know, I could see somebody taking care of an older parent if they were at least apologetic and accountable for the way that they were. You know, like, I wasn't a perfect parent. I was just scared and confused and trying my best, and I understand that I hurt you and I can't take that back, but I want to make it better. You know, it's not that hard to say. Like, I just said it and it took me 2 seconds. Basically, because I feel like I should do the right thing towards them when they didn't do that for me, which I know is fucked. Think about what doing the right thing for you would be. Providing shit education and being abusive are different. I mean, there is an argument to be made that providing shit education is a form of neglect, and neglect is a form of abuse. So, an argument could be made there. If I did not continue to support them on a level that I wouldn't be able to if I moved away for school, there would be no one else who would do so. Then you know what? They'd have to figure it out. I think an ad just started. My bad. I was about to snooze it, but I missed the snooze. So I think an ad just started. So I don't know if the questioner is able to see it. So I'm gonna wait a moment. So that they can be free from the ads. I feel like a lot of parents do homeschooling out of good intent. I don't know this person's situation, but just saying. I feel like a lot of people do homeschooling out of a good intent, but if you're gonna do homeschooling with a child and then not give them what they need to actually like move forward in their life, then you're doing them a disservice. Maybe this is not the topic of the day, but what is good in your country? Our country has really good mental health care. If you can access it, if you can afford it. So that's one thing. Also, the American Disabilities Act is one of the best pieces of legislation that was written in the United States history. And in many countries, it is an envy. Just the laws that we wrote that made sure that, you know, if you are in a wheelchair, you can fit into any door, you can get up to any sidewalk, there has to be ramps, there has to be accessibility. You know, the American Disabilities Act is another good one. But, I mean, they're trying to take that away, but for the time being, it remains. Also, we've got some really great national parks. That's another thing that's really great about America. We've got some great scenery. We've also got the best cheeseburgers in the entire world. All right, I think the ad has passed. So I think we're good to continue with the question. In a classic feeling obligated to care for aging abusive parents scenario, my parents rely on me, and I do feel responsibility towards them. If I do not continue to support them on a level that I wouldn't be able to if I moved away for school, there would be no one else who would do so. I'm feeling a lot of emotions right now and would greatly appreciate your thoughts on how to think through this. The only thing keeping you there is your obligation. You're not there because you want to be there. You're not there because you want to be in that position or because you want to be the only one that can help them and care for them. You have to ask yourself, why are you the only one? Why don't they have anyone else? Why don't they have anyone else to turn to? Why is it just you? I feel like you are completely valid in pursuing your opportunities if that's what you choose to do. I'm not going to tell you one way or the other what I think you should do. I can tell you what I would probably do if I were in your circumstances. I would probably tell them, well, good luck. You know, you weren't really there when I needed you, so why should I be there when you need me? And I understand that sometimes it's about being the better person and it's about being, you know, taking the high road and, you know, that sort of thing, but it's like, we can't blame you for not wanting to if you don't, like... I feel like a lot of people would gladly help their parents out if they needed to. And I feel like if you want your kids... Let me just say something. If you want your kids to take care of you when you're older, be nice to your children. Don't make your children hate you. Don't make your children despise you. Don't abuse your children. Don't neglect your children. If you want them to show up and take care of you when you're old, earn that. Older people do have access to resources. They have access to like Medicare. They have access to, you know, Social Security benefits, perhaps. They can find a way to get the care that they need. It's not all up to you. There are other ways that they can get access to help that they need. And, you know, maybe they are not incentivized to even think about those things or to find a new course of action because they just assume that you're going to do it. So I would just say, just take time to think about it. Neither answer to this question is going to really be all that satisfying. Whether you stay or you go, there's always going to be that question of what if. The paragraph didn't say how severe the abuse was. It could be better now since they're okay living with them and didn't move away immediately. I mean, I guess. I mean, I'm not the one to hold it against somebody if they don't want to take care of their parent, if their parent didn't take care of them. You know, I feel like people shouldn't have to, like, put it on themselves to, like, be the one who makes the sacrifice. Also, being the only person to take care of two aging people is a great burden of responsibility. I'm like, that's a group effort. I commend people who will do what they need to do to take care of their parents, even if their parents weren't great to them. I commend you for doing that. But I also can't fault you for not wanting to do that, because you know, if they're in a position where you're the only one who can take care of them and they also mistreated you, it kind of makes you wonder, is this just a natural consequence? Is this just a natural consequence for the lives that they've led? They've found themselves in a position where they've got no one else to turn to except for their alienated child. It just makes you wonder. It just makes you wonder. Like, you deserve to have a good life and you deserve to pursue your dreams. You know, you can still come back and visit. Just take some time to think about it. What I would do is I would just sit down and think about it. And I would think about, what would it look like if I chose option 1? And then just really like flesh that out. Just be like, this is how it would be. This is what would be going on. This is how I would feel. This is what my life would look like for at least this amount of time. And then look over at the next option. Like, what would that be? Like, more likely than not, like, a lot of older people are eligible for like extra types of like in-home care or like health aids or additional types of services. It's like there's all sorts of resources available for older and disabled people. You just have to get out there and find them. You actually have to do the work to connect with those resources. They're not just going to come to you. Anyway, it just gives you a lot to think about. And I just want to say, you are valid in whatever choice you make. You know, listen to your gut, listen to your heart, and you know, I think the fact that you're even willing to consider giving up that opportunity, or at least delaying that opportunity to be the better person, I feel like that is, like, you don't need to worry about not being a good person. The fact that you're even considering being the better person. I just don't want you to find yourself like years down the road with like more regret, more guilt, more, you know, I want you to be able to say that you lived your life genuinely and authentically. I don't know how to get over someone. It's been years and I should be over him by now, but at this point I fear it will haunt me for the rest of my life. I think what we need to work on is not shoulding ourselves. We don't need to be shoulding ourselves, because this is implying judgment. This is us saying that what I am doing is wrong and what I need to do is right, and therefore I'm a bad person because I'm doing the wrong thing. So we don't need to be shoulding ourselves here. The fact of the matter is this: there is someone that you are not over yet. Acknowledge that, accept it, and then think about why that is. Why is it that I'm not over this person? Do I have unprocessed feelings? Are there unresolved conflicts? Like, what is it that has me still thinking and feeling about this person? What is it that is preventing me from moving on? Become an active part in moving on. Become an active participant in understanding your feelings. Become an active participant in that process of moving on and letting go. Get rid of the word should. It doesn't belong here. We got to look at things honestly and realistically. Right now, I'm not over this person. Why? Why am I not over this person yet? Is it because there were words left unspoken? Is it because there are feelings unresolved? Do I still have, some sort of connection, some sort of attachment, some sort of pain? What is it that is keeping me there? What is it that is keeping me from moving on? We need to take a really close look at that, and we really need to understand it, because that's what's going to allow us to actually move on and to heal. Instead of just, assuming that this should have happened by now. This is something that I shouldn't be doing. Become an active participant in that process of getting over it. So what do you need to do? I'm basically being told it's my fault I don't have uncles, aunts, cousins, or siblings that love me enough to let me live with them. Letting somebody live with you doesn't necessarily mean anything about how much they love you. Like, I love a lot of people in my family, but I wouldn't want them to come live with me. I just don't have space for them. Alright, I will be right back. I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick. We're all caught up in the question box for now, so feel free to drop your questions in if you got a question. Just hang out here with this cat for a little bit. Hang out here with this cat for a moment. I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. I'm gonna go let the dogs out. Again, the question box is all cut up, so if you have a question you'd like to ask, or we'll get right to it. Anyway, I'll be right back. no, my sub count. Oh no. Alright, I'm back. It's shill o'clock. Chat, can you believe it's 3.5 hours into the stream and I forgot to shill? Chat, if you like this content, consider supporting this content. Your support is what allows this to be possible. If you like psychology, if you like mental health, if you like the kind and supportive community that we have built here, consider supporting by subscribing to this channel, by gifting a sub, or by cheering with those biddies. Thank you, and good night. That's it, that's the shell. Alright everybody, we're back. Let's get to it. Got some questions. And we've got a question. Quite a few questions today. A lot of it's like I said, it is Q&A day, so it's all questions all day. Germalini, hey, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Oh, it's so kind of you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the support. Cheers. Turn my music down a little bit. I broke up with an emotionally abusive partner, with all of the negative ramifications falling on myself. I'm having trouble finding peace with them having their cake and eating it too, while I'm hungry and stuck with the bill. How do I find peace in the absence of justice? Find peace in knowing that you are not an abuser. Find peace in knowing that you are free from this person. You paid that price for your freedom, but your freedom was worth it. Find peace in that freedom. I find peace in believing in karma, you know? I believe that when a person is abusive, their behaviors will catch up with them eventually. That's what I believe. They're gonna find themselves isolated and alone and with no one to turn to when they need somebody to rely on because they've pushed everyone else away. I would also like to reiterate that the best revenge is a life well lived. You know, even though you got the short end of the stick, even though you got, you know, the ramifications falling on you, at least you're free, you know? At least you're free, you're out of it. And that's priceless. Because being caught in an emotionally abusive relationship can be really, really, really challenging to get out of. It can, in some cases, it can be even more challenging to get out of than a physically abusive relationship. And I'm not trying to compare the two. I'm not trying to say that one is like worse than the other. That's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is like when there's physical abuse, there's a more like physical, tangible aspect to it that you're aware of, and you can recognize that what they are doing is wrong. But sometimes in emotionally abusive relationships, it's like you doubt yourself. You're not sure if like this is actually all in my head, or if I'm the crazy one, or if I'm the problem. And so in some ways it's like it can be even more confusing. It can be even more difficult to get out of that situation because there's just so much doubt involved. But the important thing to remember is you got out of it. You got out of it and you're free, and that is priceless. So I would say to just try to focus on your life going forward. Try to focus on your life going forward. Do what brings you joy. I'm happy that you're out of it. I'm happy that you're free. And this is something that is often the case when people are able to get out of an abusive relationship, is they end up finding themselves facing the ramifications from being in that relationship. But I think that you can find peace in knowing that you are not the problem. You can find peace in knowing that you are free. Let's start there. Now's a great time to turn to the people you trust. Now's a great time to surround yourself with friends. Now's a great time to maybe reconnect with people that you've become distant with, because something that you often see in emotionally abusive relationships is that they isolate you. They drive a wedge between you and your family, or you and your loved ones, you and your friends. And so maybe now's a great time to reconnect with those people. If you've been made to feel distant from them, maybe now's a great time to reconnect. And you're free, and that's a W. Throughout the day today, I've had a really bad headache, and I tried running errands, but I had to cut it off short because I couldn't handle the pain anymore. I'm now in bed and I feel like I am wasting time. Additionally, when I have a workout and I cut it short due to lightheadedness, I feel like I'm failing myself. How can I not be so hard on myself? This is a good question. You know, I feel like being too hard on ourselves is just such a human thing to do. I've met more people that are too hard on themselves than I've met people who weren't hard enough on themselves. Let me just say that. I have met people who could perhaps benefit from being a little bit harder on themselves. You know, maybe they're a little too entitled, a little too, greedy. I have met people like that, but those people tend to be a much more small minority. Most of the people that I've met have been too hard on themselves. I've also not met very many people who are just the right amount of hard on themselves. I think what we want to try to do is practice being more fair to ourselves, and we want to show ourselves some more compassion. You know, if you have a headache and you need to recover from that headache, give yourself the time that you need. You don't need to add guilt on top of the headache. You should be focused on just relaxing and feeling better. Taking time to rest, taking time to heal, that's not time wasted. Sometimes that's what you gotta do. And sometimes pushing yourself too hard and making yourself do too much is what ends up getting you into that situation in the first place. Also, if you're working out at all, you're doing something. You're doing more than everybody who's just sitting there on the couch. You know what I mean? Like, even if you're just working out for a little bit, that's still better than doing nothing. And so that's still meaningful. Working out should be a celebration of what you can do and not a punishment for what you cannot do. A great way to look at this would be to use the best friend technique. Let's say that your best friend, somebody that you really cared about, somebody that you loved, let's say that they were dealing with this same issue. What would you want them to do? What would you want them to think? How would you want them to feel about themselves? It's a great way to practice compassion for yourself by viewing yourself as someone that you care about deeply. Sometimes that's something we need to practice doing. Sometimes we have a hard time doing that. And this also brings up a good discussion point. Why are we so hard on ourselves all the time? Sometimes I feel like we are too hard on ourselves all of the time because it's a way to protect ourselves from being harmed by others. If I'm really hard on myself, then no one else can hurt me because I've already hurt myself worse. By being really hard on myself, I am protecting myself from being hurt by other people. So I'm protecting myself from hurt by hurting myself. Do you see how it doesn't really add up? It doesn't really make good sense when you think about it. It's okay to have high expectations for yourself, but you also need to just be fair and compassionate with yourself as well. So how can we not be so hard on ourselves? When you catch yourself feeling that way, try to take a step back from it. Try to just observe it. Try to just note that behavior. Just try to be mindful of that behavior. Pay attention to how it makes you feel. Pay attention to how it makes you think. Pay attention to the direction it's taking you in. Is this helping you or is this hurting you? Now, there are definitely times in which we should be stern with ourselves. We should be direct with ourselves, but I feel like when we're hard on ourselves, it's because we're trying to motivate ourselves to do more or to do better, but more often than not, it actually ends up inhibiting our progress. We get less done because we burn ourselves out. We push ourselves too hard. So sometimes for the sake of progress, we have to take breaks. Sometimes for the sake of progress, we have to not do anything. Which can sound counterintuitive, but you can actually get more done by having a better balance rather than just pushing yourself too hard. Pushing yourself too hard just makes yourself end up burning yourself out. So, you got a headache? Take the day. Take the day off. Take a nap. Go lay in bed, go take some Tylenol, maybe get an ice pack. You know what I like to do is I like to do the massager. I've got this like massager, and I'll do that whenever I have a headache. Bad boy. This bad boy right here. Because a lot of my headaches will be caused by tension, and sometimes what I like to do is actually like try to find my tension point and massage it out, and I feel like that can oftentimes help me with my headache. You have the magic wand. You know, I kind of want one of those. I know that they have a reputation, but I want it for the massaging purposes. I want it for its original intended purpose. That's how it works. I sprained my ankle on Sunday. It's way better now. I've been resting and icing. I'm pushing myself a bit, but not too much. That's the way you gotta do it. That's the way you gotta do it. Sometimes you gotta just take time to heal. You just gotta take time to recover. Sometimes you need downtime. If you don't take downtime, life is gonna make you take downtime. And if you find yourself in that position, you're going to end up being down for longer than you need to be. It's like either you take a break or life's going to take a break for you. I love coffee. I got like a Sumatran coffee from the store. It's pretty good. Also, I just want to remind you, questioner, you're not failing yourself by taking good care of yourself, okay? Knowing your limitations, working around those, and not pushing yourself too hard is taking good care of yourself. And that's not failing yourself. Failing yourself would be pushing yourself too hard to the point of injury. That would be failing yourself. Quit cigarettes. It's harder for me to quit coffee and Twitch. I can't quit Twitch. Yeah, those are the two things that I'm still addicted to. Coffee and Twitch.tv. So I should call all my family members to make sure they'll let me live with them in an emergency. You could, or you could call your family members just to say hello and just to, you know, talk with them and see how they're doing and to check in. That's also a good way to do it. We don't want to only call family members when we're in an emergency. You know what I mean? We don't want to only contact people when it's like, hey, I need a place to live. Can I come live with you? Oh, we got another question. I have chronic debilitating neck pain and have tried almost everything without success. I am now focusing on the mind/body connection, but I can't help but shake the negative "it's all in your head" connotations. Now, see, here's the thing. It is all in your head because everything we experience is processed by our brain. All of the senses that we perceive, all of the sounds we hear, all of the things we can touch and feel and taste and experience is all processed. It's all happening right up here. And so it all is in your head, but that doesn't mean that it's not real. That doesn't mean that it's not something that you need to, address. It is, but it's still important. I know a lot of people have had success with mind/body treatments, disrupting entrenched pain signals by getting the brain out of panic mode in response to pain. I'm starting to become worried I won't be able to work again or hold a future child. It's all feeling pretty dark. Any advice would be appreciated. I'm also somebody who deals with regular neck pain, and it's because I've got a big fucking head. When you got a big fucking head like me, it's like, yeah, your neck has to really work overtime to hold that puppy up. What I've found to be a game changer was just doing physio work, doing stretches. Like, let me show you one of my favorites. This is something I do all the time, and this is something that I do to, like, tone my neck muscles. It's something I do to align my posture. And I do it every day. The work that I do to, like, put my body into the correct posture and to, like, avoid those types of pains, these are things I do every single day. What I like to do is I like to just hold myself up straight, and then I like to just let my head rest. And then just using the weight of my head, I'm not pushing, I'm not pulling, I'm just letting the weight of my head do the work. Just slowly. Just as slowly as I can, making a circle with my head. And what you'll notice when you do this is you'll be able to notice all of those tight spots, all those kinks, all those little points where maybe your posture's a little bit off, maybe there's a nerve that's pinched, whatever it might be. Neck pain can be really distracting, it can be really bothersome, and it's something that I've had to deal with a lot myself. But what I've found to be the most helpful is just using the weight of my head to help me find where those kinks are. You know, because when you put your head to one side or the other, it's like you've got these neck muscles that are like pushing or pulling, and it's like you kind of just want to let those relax. And then just use the weight of your head to kind of like help you tone and adjust and find out where the tight spots are. I also really like to massage those tight spots. So I'll use this. I'll use the massage gun. Another game changer for me, this was something that I recently started using, and I was able to like finally work out some kinks at like the base of my skull that I just hadn't been able to get for a long time. Like I was trying like stretching, massaging, and all sorts of stuff. You can use a massage gun on your neck safely. I mean, I do. I like use it at your own risk, I guess, but I do it, and I think I'm okay. I don't like sometimes I just like to let it tap me. Sometimes I don't like force it in there and do it really hard. Sometimes I just like the tap. Sometimes it's like a vibration. You could also get one of those vibrating head massagers. I don't know, but I'm kind of hardcore. Sometimes I really got to get in there. Sometimes you really got to get in there. I'm like, I don't know. Like, is it safe? I'm not dead. So I don't know. Something that we recently picked up that I found to be really helpful in getting some of those tight spots that I couldn't get to is one of these like over the shoulder massage things. Because you can really get in there. You can really get in there. You kind of just like, you find that tight spot and then you can kind of like pull down with your arms to like make it massage harder. I found that using one of those, I was really able to get up into some of those tight spots that I just was not able to work out on my own. A Theracane? Oh yeah, is it one of those like... Isn't that one of those like over the shoulder? Oh yeah, I've got one of these too. Like these are pretty nice. I like these a lot for my shoulders. If you have like tight spots like in your like by your shoulder blades and stuff, these are really nice. Those like over the shoulder massager type things. I don't really find much benefit for my neck with this because it's kind of hard to like the spots that were in my neck I couldn't really get to using one of these. But I found that this thing, it was able to like really get in there. My favorite way of dealing with pain long term is just changing my body's relationship with pain. Like pain is just an impulse. It's just a nervous signal, and the way that your brain interprets it is what actually determines if this is pain or not. I think one of the things that makes pain the most uncomfortable is whenever we are reminded of that pain. Like whenever we have a pain and we have it for a while, it kind of just becomes an ache. You know, we kind of just become accustomed to it. But whenever a pain is like, we're reminded of that pain, it's like that's when it's sharp. That's when it hurts the most. I don't know. You know, another thing I'll do to stretch my neck sometimes if I really need it, I will put the top of my head on my bed and then like move my neck around like while I'm like head down into the bed. Or I'll like lay on the bed and let my head hang off of the bed. But I would say if you have neck pain, work on it every day. It can get better. But don't be afraid to work on it every single day. I gotta find a way to get my insurance to pay for massages. Right? Wouldn't that be nice? It'd be nice if we had universal healthcare that also covered physiotherapy, massages. You know, just imagine if we actually took proper care of people. Just imagine if we actually took proper care of people. Just imagine how far we could go as a society. Just imagine how far we could go as a species if we actually took proper care of people. We actually cared about people's aches and pains, and we actually did something about it rather than just giving them opiates. Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that be so sick? I've often considered taking classes in massage therapy so I could at least offer that to friendos if they needed it. I've always had a little bit of a gift. I've always had a little bit of a gift with massages. Ever since I was a child, I've been good at identifying people's tensions. I think that's part of what led me into my career path. Just, I'm able to sense the tension. I'm able to spot the discomfort. I'm able to find it at its source. I'm a healer. It's true. It's true. But I also like to tank, so I guess I'm kind of like paladin coded. I figured out that with my standards of men, doesn't watch adult videos while in a relationship, is loyal, isn't a right winger, are impossible. I don't think that's impossible. I think that's a fair standard. I don't think that's impossible at all. I think that's a fair and reasonable expectation. I don't think that's impossible. I'm trying to come to terms with the fact that I might have to spend my entire life single because every single guy I meet seems to turn out to be an a-hole. And why do they always have the humor that's like, haha, women belong in the kitchen? It's hard to deal with the possibility of being alone and not experiencing real romantic love ever. Any advice? Any thoughts? Where are we fishing? Where are we fishing at? Where are we fishing at? If we're fishing in the bathroom, you can't be surprised when you wrangle up some turds. I feel like we need to expand our search parameters here. We need to broaden our horizons. There's a lot of good guys out there. There's a lot of good guys out there. There's a lot of not so good guys out there. Just don't give up on them, though. It's not impossible. I feel like your standards are very fair. And I feel like there's a lot of people who would be eager to meet those expectations. I feel like the expectation. Okay, so Chad is having a conversation about the expectation about adult videos. I think there's a balance there to be found. Like, how frequent? How often? Is this every day? Is this multiple times a day? Is this once in a while? I feel like, you know, it doesn't have to be an unhealthy habit. It's an unhealthy industry. There's a lot of exploitation and abuse that happens within the adult entertainment industry, and so that's a good reason to not participate in it. But then again, there also are options that don't actually rely on that type of industry. Yeah, because like porn addictions are definitely problematic. Porn addictions can definitely put a lot of strain on a relationship because pornography really can damage your expectations of what actually is a real relationship. I thought the definition of addiction was something that stopped your normal life function. It doesn't always have to be. There are people who are able to function in certain ways, even though they have an addiction. We would refer to those as functioning addicts. And so the addiction is still harming their life in other ways. But you have to look at, like, what does it mean to have a functional life? There's multiple aspects to that. And normally what ends up happening when you have an addiction is you have to neglect certain aspects of your life so that you're able to continue functioning in other areas of your life. Like maybe you can keep a job, but your relationships are strained. Or maybe you're able to have friendships, but you're unable to hold down a job. And these could be aspects that are entangled with addiction. Like what you have to think about with addiction is how much does it negatively impact your life? How much does it impact your ability to function in those different areas of your life? How much time and effort do you spend because of your addiction doing things that are related to that addiction? Like how much time do you spend like seeking out that substance? How much time do you spend, you know, addiction is it can be a very nuanced thing, and it can affect people in entirely different ways. Questioner, I would say broaden your search parameters. Be willing to look outside of where it is you're currently looking, because it sounds like the pool that you're choosing from just isn't full of very many fish that you'd want to bring home. Also, you gotta remember that sometimes you'll get into a relationship with somebody and they might be doing something, but they might be willing to change that for the sake of the relationship. It's not always about getting into a relationship with a perfect person. Sometimes it's about getting into a relationship with a person who is willing to grow and change and become better for the sake of the relationship. So sometimes we want to make sure that we're not having too high of standards. It's like, it's okay to have standards, obviously, but sometimes we want to make sure that, you know, Would you rather find somebody who maybe isn't perfect but is willing to do more and to change and to listen to you and to, cooperate and participate? That's also important. What about high-functioning addicts? It's almost worse to be high-functioning sometimes. Have you seen that video? It was this high-functioning alcoholic, and he was filming this video of himself just for like public awareness. And he was like, "Yeah, I just got off work. I have a nice job. I work at a bank or whatever." And he's just like, "Look at my hands. They're shaking. I have to go and I have to drink alcohol and I have to have at least 2 drinks just to get my hands to stop shaking." Addiction is tough, and addiction can affect people in ways that you might not fully comprehend unless you actually hear those people's stories and see the things that it does to them. Whenever I worked with co-occurring patients and whenever I worked with like addicts and stuff, it's like I saw a lot of similarities. I saw a lot of overlap in a lot of these stories, but still, every one of these people was unique in the way that they manifested their addictions. I put in the question about having trouble finding guys who meet my standards. I view adult videos as cheating. There are maybe 33 guys in the entire world that don't watch. I think everyone knows this. I feel hopeless. Ah, okay. Why do you view it as cheating? I can understand why a person would view it as cheating. I can understand why a person would feel that way, but I would be interested in to hear why you feel that way. If a person watching pornography takes away from like the intimacy and the romance and the affection that they would be showing you, then I would say that that's definitely a problem in a relationship. But I feel that if a person is able to make a distinguished view between fantasy and reality, there are ways to engage without it being unhealthy. Maybe you could have pictures of each other. Maybe you could have videos of the two of you doing it. Would that be a good exception? Would that be a good workaround? Sometimes fantasy is a good way to explore desires. Sometimes it's a good way to find motivation or new ideas to try in your relationship. You know, I feel like there is a healthy balance to be found there. I feel like openness and, honesty and communication are really important in a relationship and in the bedroom. Let's look at some statistics. Adult males in the United States who have a habit of watching pornography as of October 2022. %62%. Also, you gotta remember something. A person watching pornography when they're single is an entirely different story than somebody watching pornography when they're in a relationship with you. Maybe they do watch it when they're single, but maybe they'd be willing to not watch it for the sake of the relationship. So, can you fault somebody if they were to do that? Not calling foul, but how is this data collected? A survey of users conducted in the United States? Survey. Some type of survey. 2,000 respondents. So take it with a grain of salt, obviously. Like, this is definitely not the be-all, end-all definitive answer. I feel like if you feel uncomfortable with your partner watching pornography, then that's a conversation for you to have with them. And if they are willing to, be like, to hear you out, then I think that's fine. I think that's totally fine. But to just expect somebody to not do it going into the relationship, that's going to be harder to find somebody. But I feel like finding somebody and then having a conversation about it and talking about it for the sake of the relationship, that's a different story. You get what I mean? Like, I feel like it's probably more common that people stop watching as much pornography as they otherwise would whenever they are in a relationship. Like, you gotta try to operate from a perspective that people can grow and change, and, just because they might watch pornography before they're in a relationship with you doesn't mean that they will need to keep watching pornography after the relationship starts. I feel like if you were able to sit down with them and talk about your feelings, and if they, they're willing to listen and talk about those feelings and have a discussion about it, then you could have a very satisfying relationship with this person. You know what I mean? Because I feel like somebody watching it when they're single versus watching it when they're in a committed relationship, that's kind of different. That's kind of different. Especially if it's making the other person uncomfortable. You know, you have your opinions, you have your views, and those are valid, and that's fine. But I feel like it's a conversation to have in a relationship. And I feel like a well-intentioned partner would be willing to listen and say, you know what, yeah, I don't need to do that. I don't need to watch it anymore. I told my dad that I am scared about being kicked out and that I can't get a job because of the language barrier, and he says, yeah, I know you are scared and it is something that you have been manipulating. I am not the one who is giving someone doom, he is by sending me out in the elements with no food. I am tired of the abuse. That's kind of messed up that you would tell your dad that you were afraid and he would say, yeah, and you're using it to manipulate me. It's like, what? Like, no, like... We've heard from this questioner before, and I hope that things are as not being empathetic. Can find a job. I've worked jobs with people who did not speak a single word of, I've worked jobs with people who spoke none of the language that I spoke, and we still found a way to make it work. We've got phones now, we can do Google Translate, we can gesture, we can pantomime, we can learn from each other, we can learn the language. Buffering for anyone else? It looks like I dropped a couple frames, but I think I should be okay now. I dropped frames there for a moment, but I think it's alright now. Porn is breaking people's minds for real? Yeah, it is actually. It's like... It's cooking people's brains. Some people have very severe porn addiction. Like, they're watching porn on a second monitor all day when they're at work. It's... It is yet to be uncovered scientifically in which ways it does that. I would say that it operates in a similar way to other types of addictions because it operates on your dopamine pathways. Porn addiction operates in the same way as other addictions in that you continue to seek out more and more and like higher levels, higher dosages to be able to satisfy the urge you're feeling. So just like a person who's addicted to like a drug needs a higher and higher dose to get high, the same goes for porn. You're going to need something more extreme. Behavioral addictions are very similar to substance addictions. There are some minor differences, but for the most part, they are pretty similar. I feel like porn is cheating because I feel like it's weird to seek out people who aren't your partner in that kind of way. The people in the videos are real. It really upsets me. Yeah, you're valid. You're valid to feel that way. And so I would just find a partner that's willing to hear you out about that. I feel like that's not an unreasonable request. So just find somebody who's reasonable. You can find people who will agree with you or who will be willing to hear you out and compromise with you. You know, I can see where you're coming from. But also just be mindful of a way that this is also, you know, a way that we're dealing with our own insecurities. What if they watched videos of people that weren't real? What if they watched videos of cartoons? What if they watched videos of... See, now I'm just looking for loopholes, and that's not what I need to be doing. I don't need to be looking for loopholes. My partner and I have been in a happy relationship for almost 9 years. I helped fully support my partner financially for 7 years while they were going through health/recovery stuff. Now my partner is more healthy and working again, and now I'm taking a turn at being fully financially supported by them while I'm going to school. I do a lot of chores around the house and contribute where I can, but so far I haven't gone back to work while going to school, and frankly, I'm worried I won't be able to handle the load of full-time school and even part-time work, especially if I'm helping around the house as much as I do. All that said, it feels like we're always broke as soon as my partner gets paid, and we've already tightened our belts as is. I feel so guilty that I don't earn money, and I'm not sure what to do. My partner tells me they don't mind and they want me to focus on school, and I believe them, but the guilt is still there. Should I look for work and risk overwhelming myself? I'm genuinely feeling lost. I would say focusing on school, feeling grounded, feeling balanced, and just feeling more capable with that routine before looking into maybe adding to it and doing something part-time or doing something, you know, on the weekends or, you know, even just a few hours a week just to have a little bit of extra spending money. You know, because what it sounds like is that even though things are tight right now, you're able to make it work. And so I feel like you getting a job wouldn't be necessary. It could be beneficial, but it does not sound necessary. So I wouldn't feel so pressured as if this is a necessity, as in, like, we're not able to make ends meet, we're not able to eat or pay our bills unless I get to work. And so if things are okay, even though they're tight, then things are okay. But if you want more income for, you know, say recreation or to be able to spend on things you like or to spend time, you know, going on dates. Maybe you could find, you know what I would encourage you to do? If you're at school, consider finding some sort of employment through the school. How can housework feel overwhelming? Maybe they got pets. Maybe they got pets to take care of. One of the things that I found helpful to do, because this is what I did when I was in school, I got a job in the computer lab. I got a job on campus. So that way I was able to like still work on school stuff, and so that time where I was at work wasn't like incredibly disruptive or distracting. It wasn't like I had to go to some other location. I was able to do it on campus, and I was able to work it around my classes. It's like, hey, I was going to be there anyway, you know, and it helped me, you know, it made me able to pay my bills and pay my rent and stuff. So I'd say that would be a good option. If you are looking for some part-time employment just to make a little bit of extra income, you know, maybe look into some opportunities for employment at the school. You know, whether it be in the computer lab or in the library or, you know, just check it out, see what's out there. But again, I would say if your partner is saying it's okay and to just focus on school, it's okay to believe them. It's okay to listen to them. You know, you want to do right by them and you want to do more to support, and that's a good thing. That shows that you're kind and compassionate and caring. It's okay to focus on school when you're in school. Maybe you just need a little bit more time to feel stable in school. Maybe you just need some time to just feel like, all right, I can take on a little bit more. And that's okay. I would just say I'm glad that you have that relationship that you do. It sounds like you guys are a good fit for each other. It's nice that you're able to support each other and be, you know, encouraging of each other, wanting to see each other succeed. I love it. I love to see it. Sometimes work doesn't have to be stressful. Sometimes it's not gonna like add to your stress. Sometimes work can be a nice break from your other routines. I hate/love cleaning. What changed my view of cleaning, because you know, it's not easy to really be a fan of cleaning. Um, just reminding myself that I like to have clean stuff. I like to have a clean living space. And so by cleaning, I'm giving myself a gift. I'm giving myself the gift of clean stuff. Also, don't forget cleaning music. Put on some cleaning music. Or listen to an audiobook while you do it. And then it doesn't feel like a chore. It feels like I'm listening to a book while I'm doing things. It's like a cheat code. That's me. Audiobooks at the gym, audiobooks when I'm cleaning. It doesn't feel like going to the gym. It doesn't feel like cleaning. It just feels like I'm enjoying a book. Also, audiobook listeners, you are valid. I know that some people like to gatekeep and say that if you do audiobooks, it doesn't count as actual reading. And I just want to say, gatekeepers can suck an egg. I hate you audiobook people. Well, we don't hate you, so just remember that. Do you take notes or highlight with audiobooks? I don't take notes or highlight with regular books. I find audiobooks easier because sometimes when I'm reading an actual book, you know, I'm always jumping around on the page. I have a little bit of Alexia. Yeah, I like audiobooks and then I can re-listen to them, or I can be like, ooh, that was good. I need to go back and listen to that, or be like, I didn't quite get all of that. Let me go back and do it again. Feeding the raccoons later, apparently? Oh. Okay. The raccoons should be out. Who's excited to see the raccoons? I'm excited to see the raccoons. The real raccoons? Oh yeah. We live near a place where there is a colony of raccoons that have been fed by humans for decades. There is a colony of raccoons that have been hand-fed by humans for decades. And so one of the things that we will do from time to time is go bring them some food. Lots of people do it. It's, and I'm not saying it's like feeding the wildlife is, you know, something you're not supposed to do, but like this colony of raccoons has been being fed by humans for decades. Yeah, we didn't start it. We didn't start the fire. It was always burning since the world's been turning. We gotta feed them. That's all they know. Well, alright, cool. We're going raccoon feeding. I love feeding the raccoons. Let me see if I have any pictures. Oh my goodness. So I'm looking at my old pictures. Look what I found. I've got baby pictures of Beavis. I've got baby pictures of Beaver and Miss Poopy. So cute. Cardinal. Syndra. Beagles. I've got pictures of the raccoons in here somewhere. Let me look. Let me go look. I gotta look. I gotta. There's a lot of pictures. There's a lot of pictures in here. Let me look. Are the raccoon pictures in here? I don't know if they are. I thought they might be, but they might not be. Okay, I don't know if the raccoon pictures are on here. Okay. Where are they? I've got pictures somewhere on my computer of the raccoons. Oh, here it is. Not loading the thumbnails. Okay, I found some pictures. I found them. They're very sweet. They'll grab food right out of your hands. They'll just reach up and grab it. Sometimes a lot will show up. Sometimes we go out there and there will be like 20 or more raccoons. Aren't they so cute? This is like cat food. We'd like to bring him cat food. I've always wanted a pet raccoon. You know, me too. Maybe one day. So anyway, this is where we're going tonight. We're gonna go pet the raccoons. We're gonna go feed the raccoons. Alright, I'll make sure we have some headlamps. I'll make sure we bring some headlamps so that we've got light, because it's pretty dark out there. So that'll be fun. We're gonna go feed the raccoons later. All right. That'll be fun. All right. I think my chili's done. I've been making chili in the crock pot. So I'm gonna go have a bowl of chili and then see what that does to my intestines. And then we'll go feed the raccoons later. So that'll be fun. Oh, that'll be a good time. Alright, everybody, that's going to be it for me today. Thank you for being here. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for such a good stream. Hope you all had fun. Another good day of Q&A. We'll be back again with some more tomorrow. Alright, everybody. Have a great night. Stay safe out there. Take good care of yourselves. And I'll see you all next time. Alright. Bye-bye. Later, everybody. Goodbye. If you're gonna be around, don't miss the raccoon feeding with Casey later. Okie dokie, see you later.